Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode. Today we're talking about mythical creatures.
Never
Mythical,
seen.
magical. Yeah, never seen the mythical creatures known as girls. We're talking talking about mythical girls. Yeah, we're gonna be covering that magical girl video that everyone was. We're always fashionably late to the party, right? So
Yeah.
always fashionably fashionably late. And pretty much
Yeah, it is
yeah,
the
pretty
thing
yeah.
that I forgot that was a thing last time. So this time
Yeah, so
it's
we're gonna be covering that video. It's interesting because there's been a few videos that have cropped up that have been like, oh yeah, we could probably cover that. We could do that video. Oh, shush. I'm sorry. Because the
yeah, no, I don't worry,
video
it's in the background stuff.
in the background, we're loading up things because there was the Moon Channel video about why is Kaon popular with the Nazis, which might be maybe not next week because I've got my trip, but maybe another week. We might get to that one because that one sounds fun. That one sounds interesting, especially considering he apparently used like a fake Miyazaki quote, which is just fucking great. I mean, it's like 30-minute. No, it's like a 30-minute one, and this is a 20-minute one that we're covering, so it's all right. It's that's why I put it in. Like, if it was 3 hours, like some of his other ones, I'd be like, no, fuck that. But if it's only like 30 minutes, I'm like, all right, okay, fine. We could probably. Mm. Oh man. I don't remember. I don't remember. Yeah, yeah. Well, we got options. We got options basically. So that's the good thing. But yeah, it is interesting. Yeah, well, we had like no. It's like a desert. We had a desert for so long, and then all of a sudden, all of the usual suspects just start uploading. Just start. Yeah, there's no. This is what happens when there's no good anime to watch. The pseudo intellectual fuckboys show up and start posting dumb videos about fucking shit. But yeah, no. So that's gonna probably be the plan for the next while. Is we'll do magical girly say, and then we're gonna do maybe we'll do the moon video. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Um. Hmm. Most animes are at episode what 8 or 9. A couple of them are at 7. We're getting there nice and slow. We're getting there. We're getting there. It's gonna. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see if Ali. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if you'll have to how long you will be in jobless behavior. We will find out. The yes, the gay awards, the gay awards have returned. Yeah, give me the game announcements. Game of the year, Oscular Expedition 33. Okay, didn't play it, don't care. I don't have anything against it. I do think that the people that like it are really fucking annoying. Because you got people that are like, oh wow, finally, Ali, finally JRPG that's not Japanese, and I'm like, Jesus Christ. Yeah, we have to look through the cracks in the script to find fucking shit. But yeah, no, people are just being really obnoxious about the game, and I think it's detrimental to the game itself, right? Because I want the game to succeed, right? But I don't want, yeah, yeah. It's just like when I hear people being obnoxious about it, it just makes me want to play it less, right? I'm not gonna, like I don't want to fucking play it if you have a bunch of people just being like, Japan is dead, France for the win, yeah, finally. And doesn't have any of those icky Japanese tropes in it, Ellie. It doesn't have. No, no, no. There was lots of people talking about it. You had a lot. Yeah, 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 yeah. So, but other than that, I mean, I think that game's going to probably be the sweep game because yeah, you've got like what Death Stranding 2, fine, okay. Donkey Kong, okay, fine. Hades 2, there's a game Ellie actually cares about. Hollow Knight, another game Ellie actually cares about. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is the wild card for me on Game of the Year because I heard it was good, but I didn't hear it being that. So that's the one where I'm kind of like, hmm, yeah, yeah, yeah. And having a quick flip through, like we won't bring it up, but we'll have a quick flip through. It's like you only have like a few games that are different in each category. Like game direction has Ghosts of Yahweh and Split Fiction as the two that aren't in Game of the Year. So outstanding creative vision and game design. I don't know about that. And then man, best narrative. It's pretty much all the same. Ghosts of Yahweh and Silent Hill F are the only two ones that didn't make Game of the Year. So interesting. Art direction is all the same nominees. Ghost of Yahweh, all of that.
Like I
Best
said,
best
right?
score and music is all of the same. Hollow Knight, Hades, it's all the same. Like, there's no.
I really don't. All those categories makes me bored. It's like I don't.
I know, like audio design, they have Battlefield, which is an interesting pick for audio design, but I can understand it because I think like they probably put a lot of effort into directional audio and stuff, so I can kind of get that. Oh yeah, best actor, best performance. Who's the actor, man? Real life people. Ugh. It's funny. You have like 3 actors from fucking Expedition, and it's 3 out of 6. Half of them are from the same fucking game.
Secretly, Naretsu, I kind of like the BAFTA awards better because they seem to value because it's industry that votes, not the journalists, and they are, you know, presumably more of a they have more insider knowledge of how something is made and when something is impressive, right?
Mm.
And I know that like for best performer, the guy who does Indiana Jones. Now I bias against
Yeah,
Indiana Jones anyway because I said before, but he's just doing an impression, and just doing impressions isn't too impressive, right? But apparently he's also in like Death Stranding where he has to do
yeah. He's in a show. Like, it's Troy Baker, I
Troy
believe.
Baker. But
Yeah.
in Death Stranding he has to be emotional and touched and convey the
Yeah,
treble in his voice.
you would think that would be his. Yeah, yeah, I agree. You'd think that would be his
And if I
pick,
just
but
like,
um,
whatever, I got this whip and I'm going to that
so
belongs in a museum.
as always, my favorite category, innovation and accessibility, right? Um, I hate this category, like So hang on. They have learn about the nominees. Oh, here we go. Oh, wow. They listened to my criticism. They listened to my criticism, Ellie, because my biggest criticism with innovation and accessibility has always been they'll present these games but never actually fucking tell you what they did to like be more accessible. They now have a link that is learn about the nominees, and it actually tells you what they did. So let's have a look. So you've got Atomfall. Atomfall is Rebellion's most accessible game to date. Blah 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 blah. Okay. It includes configurable text contrast and size. Yeah, that's good. High contrast game mode. Optimal audio cues for players with low vision. Yeah, sounds all good. Yeah. Highly customizable
Doom
audio-based
age is
FPS.
just kind of difficulty modifiers, high contrast settings.
Okay, yeah. The difficulty modifiers are like that's not
Reticle
the visual
on
shit.
off, and what's S?
Evolution for the franchise.
Audio described cinematics, so kind of blind
that's pretty good.
thing.
Yeah. HUD scaling is also really good. You want that. Like you want good,
separate
good stuff
difficulty
like
settings for separate parts of gameplay, and high contrast for FC. This like football manager thing, or just like FIFA replacement, I believe.
Yeah, it's like FIFA or something. Motor disability. So it sounds like a lot of decent. It sounds like a lot of decent stuff, but at the same time, I have to wonder, like, Assassin's Creed Shadows specifically, FIFA or EA Sports FIFA or whatever specifically. I don't know, but I mean, at least at least they addressed the criticism I've always had, because that's been always my thing. Is like I want to know what they're actually doing.
It
right?
is kind of hidden. I was
on
the same page, obviously, but it was very hidden. Well, not super hidden.
So what do we got? Oh, look, it's games for impact. The woke awards. Here we go. Yeah, you got Consume Me. Like a bunch of games. The only one I recognize from this list is probably like because South of Midnight was that like New Orleans game or whatever with like the crocodile. I remember we watched that at like one of the game awards or like the
well, had some stop motiony thing going on.
Yeah, and I was kind of like, this looks kind of jarring. I don't know anything else about that. And then there was like because the Lost Records one was like the, hey kids, remember the 90s?
It was also stop motion for a bit in the trailer, I believe. But I mean,
look, if these games are good, they're good. You know, I'm just not interested at all. I'm just quickly flipping through.
And Wonderstop was
best ongoing. Best ongoing is a good one. That's always a fun one. We got No Man's Sky back again. No Man's Sky, Marvel Rivals, Helldivers, Fortnite, and Final Fantasy. I haven't kept up with the Helldivers. I hear they've been doing all right.
It's kind of a the problem with Helldivers is that they've been ignoring technical debt. So that means that
I think I saw some tweet where they were like, "Hey, we're gonna work on some of this shit."
And alright, Retsu, what is the best community support? It's all the same games except what was it?
Boulders.
They swapped out Marvel Rivals with Baldur's Gate, and that's the only difference between community support and best ongoing, because there is no real difference between the two. So.
Yeah. Independent. So there was a I don't remember if it was independent, but I think it was debut game. There was like a controversy. I'll get to that if it shows up. Yeah, I didn't play any of these games, so I don't care. Debut game. Yeah, so you'll notice there's a missing.
Every category has 5 except this one.
Because I believe it's called Bonk or something Bonk.
Mega Bonk, wasn't it?
Mega Bonk, yeah. So the Mega Bonk dev got nominated, but then he had to clarify that it wasn't actually his first game, and he actually specifically requested to be removed.
However, Naretsu,
So
do you know who the Kleops core the Sentinel people are?
yeah,
Do you know?
yeah. No, I don't know who they are. They sound.
They're ex Ubisoft people.
Well, I mean, but best debut game is like it's the first game from their new studio,
Yeah,
not like the
but
first
Megabunk is
game
also
they ever made.
the first game of this studio
Well,
name.
I don't fucking know. Like, if the dev thinks he doesn't deserve it and he doesn't want it, then
And the
that's his fucking choice.
Dispatch, do you know who made Dispatch?
ad hoc, ad hoc.
Yeah, but they're like ex Telltale, ex those games making people.
I don't fucking. Mobile game. Here we go. Look. Oh yeah. So this is gonna be the fun one, right? Because you got Destiny, you got Persona, you got Sonic, then you got the real fucking competition. Uma versus Withering Waves. That's gonna be.
But it's odd because the Persona mobile game, right, was like
Mm.
banned from the start, deemed a
I
massive
don't.
grab and a
The
boring.
only thing I remember about the Persona game is the memes of the guy pushing people onto the
The
train
subway
tracks.
slammer. He be
The
slamming.
subway slammer. He's slamming. Time to get slamming. That's the only like legacy that game has, right? So, and I don't know about Sonic Rumble or Destiny, like, because like, who cares, right? But like, I really wish they would. I don't know. I don't fucking know, but like, I mean, Uma I think would probably be like my because I know Withering Waves is pretty alright. Like, I haven't played it, but I know it's alright. I know there's a lot of people fans of that game are really into it and really like it. So,
Mhm.
you know, but Uma I think in terms of cultural impact, right? In terms of like actual, because that shit like took over the internet for like a solid month, right?
A bit more,
You
yeah.
had all kinds of people streaming that, right? Heaps of people were streaming the Uma, right? Everyone loved playing the Uma. So that's what I'm. VR, AR, don't care. Action game, Ninja Gaiden's on there, I guess.
Naretsu
All right. Action
category
adventure game.
Naretsu's genres has always been kind of silly, but best action game really exemplifies the silliness of the categories because none of the action games really share something, right? Because if I mention a category, it should have similar
Also,
elements to each other.
why is Avowed and did Avowed come out this year? I don't remember Avowed coming. I thought that came out like a year ago.
Well, the
I don't
cutoff is
remember
like
Avowed.
December, right? So if the
I guess I don't know, but what else? Fighting games. It's all whatever. Who cares? Family games. Oh yeah, it's fine, I guess. Oh look, it's your favorite. You got Final Fantasy Tactics, Jurassic World, Sid Meier's, Tempest Rising, The Altars, and 2 Point Museum is alright. I've seen some videos on that. That looks like a fun game. Imagining like a museum and stuff. So that's pretty cool.
kind of well,
Yeah. Racing
no,
sports, nothing interesting. Multiplayer, Elden Ring's on there, Peak's on there, Split Fiction's on there, Arc
Night
Riders.
Rain specifically from Elden Ring.
Oh yeah, best adaptation, Ellie. There you go. Minecraft movie, Devil May Cry, Splinter Cell, Death Watch, The Last of Us, and man, it's not been a good year for the adaptation.
Next year, Naretsu.
Not been a good.
Next year when we got Mario and no, not Zelda probably, but you know.
No, I think the Zelda's probably like 2 years away. It might like probably a bit more than that. Probably not. It'll take a while. I'm I'm kind of like I didn't watch Black. I don't know anything about Blackwatch. I've heard it's kind of shit. Devil May Cry was objectively shit. It was really fucking bad. Minecraft was a meme. Last of Us, I didn't really hear that much about, and Until Dawn, I didn't know much about. So,
I didn't.
yeah.
I mean, I know of Devil May Cry, and the problem with Devil May Cry is that it kind of just ignored the not not the exact lore, because who cares about the exact
It
detail of the
the
lore? It
I
was
think
about
the way
the
I
vibes that were
yeah
different.
the way I would describe it is it uses Devil May Cry like a skin to tell a non Devil May Cry kind of story, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and what you kind of want is to um not that you want the Devil May Cry to wear a different suit, not a different person wearing Devil May Cry as a suit,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah. So let's go. What we got next? Anticipated game. So you got 007, Grand Theft Auto, Wolverine, new Resident Evil, and Witcher. They seem fine for anticipated. I know a lot of people are hyped about those. So
Yeah, I mean, I don't care about superheroes, so Wolverine falls off. I don't care. Scary games is my thing, so Resident Evil falls off. You know, I like Hitman, which is the studio IO Interactive, but
I've seen good
then
things from the gameplay footage of First
I
Light. I've
have
seen some like it looks pretty decent.
it
So
looked way too actiony for what I like from
well,
a game
yeah,
like that.
it's I don't know. Yeah, I think
I
it's
like
mostly just because it's um well, it's supposed to
no,
be
it
young
is
Bond, so
because
he's a
it's
bit
more
more reckless.
actiony and fancy, cutscenes and all that stuff because it's just James Bond. But when I see that engine and I see the people walking and and the environments that are made in that engine, I go from, oh, time to be silly and knock that guy out in the corner and wear his chef outfit and pretend to be a chef for 20 minutes to then steal the the silly costume guy suit to be a silly costume and walk up to the stage where then I can be the lady who gives out the prize. So it can be the lady who gives out the prize outfit, the cheerleader outfit, to give the prize to the guy, and then I plant a bomb into the prize. And he then takes the big cup with him, and then I press the button in my cheerleader outfit, and then he dies, and that's a Hitman level done. That's what when I see James Bond, I can see that it's built from those bones, and then I go, why can't I wear my
Why can't I do fun
no,
funs?
why can't I do the silly fun in a game that treats us completely seriously?
Content creator of the year, Sakura Miko is the only one I give a fuck about. Really, like I know Moist Critical, but I don't. The rest of them, I just don't
I
fucking.
know that Kai Cenat
So
is a big deal, but I only
it,
really saw him. Oh,
it's always like that Family Guy meme where it's like, oh, Chad Chaddingson, Chad McChad, Selena Manam Manam Manam, Ramatam. Like, it's all who I don't know who any of these people are. Esports shit, don't
you
care.
know, the problem is Naruto
Esports
with
shit.
esports and best teams and all that stuff, athletes, is that you want these awards to mean something. And
Mm,
for these games, because it's such its own thing, it already has prize pool and metrics and awards and whatnot. It doesn't need the game awards at all.
no,
It's
no.
completely
So
unnecessary.
so yeah, we're probably like this is what was it? It's December 3rd, isn't it? When it
11th,
happens.
I saw somewhere.
11th. So we might. Is that's like Tuesday? Well, we might do it. We might do it. We'll see. It could be fun. Watch the announcements. Laugh at Jeff Keighley's funny shit. That's whatever. But we'll see. We'll see how we go. I guess now is probably a good time to start. We're hunting for
X.
those mythical creatures. Let's go hunt for some mythical creatures. Look,
Yeah, let me first
we'll
delete Gouda as a mod because it's very important. He's not number one
oh no!
anymore.
Oh no! Oh no!
I'm keeping the list.
Yeah, yeah. Let's see. Just while you do that, I'll just browse Twitter.
Again, you're starting another
Yeah.
fight in Retsu.
Yeah, I'm starting another fight. I'm gonna get involved in more. I will do it again. It will keep happening. I mean, to be fair, I don't do it like that much. It's more I'm seeing there's anything interesting going on. Can talk about, but anyway, yeah. So look at this mythical creature in its natural habitat, Ellie. This mythical, like, what do we got here?
Next to an unpainted wall, unpainted concrete.
Is unpainted concrete, yeah. Very Soviet era architecture going on. I mean, obviously, yeah. Nose ring is
I
like.
thought that
Yeah.
was mentioned. It was talking about himself because he became
No,
number
she's
one
got
again
one
in
of
his
those
mom.
red flag. She got that septum piercing. She's. I don't want to look. I don't want to be too mean off the bat. Okay, I'm not gonna be too mean off the bat. Right? Let's. We don't even know how good this is gonna be yet. Right? Let's just kind of. Let's take it easy. But like. Yeah, no, if you see a chick with one of these piercings, you run. Okay, it's you run as fast as you can. You get away. So what she got on her? Like, what she got? She got RG Vena manga. She got
Battle
Clover.
Alita, like
Yeah.
X
Yeah.
1999.
What has she got on her shelf that she's using to say, I'm one of yous. I buy all the manga. I read all the mangas. Look.
She got Tokyo Pop manga. That means it's old.
Hey. Yeah, she's got Uzumaki in the back there. She got
that video that I linked about the manga industry. Yes, it doesn't talk about it doesn't actually talk about how manga killed comics in the US, but it really does tell the whole story about how manga even got started and how it like fell 5 times, but now how it is today.
Right.
And the story of Tokyo Pop is interesting, and how it went completely bankrupt and is now slowly making a comeback.
Let's just grab a drink. Ooh, it's quite nice. So anyway, the commodification of the magical girl video essay. I've heard a lot of talk about this. I've heard a lot of talk about this on the Twitter. People saying it's terrible. So, so let's find out.
Yeah.
Goda says it's muted.
That's correct.
All right, I'll roll it back. I've rolled it back.
Yeah.
Redo. All right, we good? Are we good now, Ellie? Are we good?
Yeah,
Have you remember to push buttons properly?
Magic girls.
I got too many buttons.
We all love them. At least if you clicked on this video, you probably love them. If not, you at least know of them. I would hope so. But if you don't, magical girls have been around since the 60s.
Wow, the 60s. So, right off the bat, right, the intro's not good because I don't like this. I'm already getting bad vibes, Ellie. I'm already getting bad vibes because you have this ironic, haha, if you like the magical girls, you probably want to watch my haha, watch my video, haha, I'm funny. It's funny, Ellie. It's meant to be funny. Did you find it funny, Ellie?
This saying this stuff creeps, a feeling creeps up to me that says, what are your actual sources? I mean, Sally the Witch is, yes, an early girl with magical power thing. But does it make that a magical girl? It's kind of, the people say, well, Alice in Wonderland is an isekai. Or,
I think...
Or,
at some point you have to, like, figure... Like, you could probably trace the lineages and whatnot, right? And find... what, like, I remember in... Moe Manifesto, they talk with the guy who did that one show. Can't remember what the fuck it was. You'll probably be able to find it. But
I have the book. I could crack it right
the book.
Now.
But they talk about, like, the fact that I would be interested to see if she brings it up. Actually, that interview because they specifically talk about how we got like commissioned by this toy company to make a toy with this wand, and then we like made this show around this toy, and then wait, why are all these dudes into this? You know, what's going on here? You know, so I'm wondering if she's going to talk about that, especially since this is about the commodification.
Yeah, but it's more about
like,
that. I don't really. Explanation might be forthcoming, but just saying that magical girls have existed. Look at this girl who can do magic. Well, does it mean that witches or, you know, the priestesses of Babylonian time were the original magical girls?
I do have one spoiler for the video, Goda, and that is that she does not, in fact, talk about Precure, which is very stupid. Which is like, that is some peak. Yeah, what are you doing, girl? What are you doing? So anyhow, let's get through this intro.
Inspiring young girls and women alike as a source of empowerment. Magical girls fight crime and save the world, all while looking stylish and chic. Being hyperfeminine is often seen as a weakness, but popular shows like the iconic Sailor Moon showed that leaning into your feminine side is empowering, not degrading. Unfortunately, a lot of magical girl series now are catered towards the male gaze.
Oh no! Oh no! It begins.
I think that would be a thing if you ignore Precure.
Yeah.
If your only magical girls are indeed the Madoka, maybe. But if you ignore the
Precure, you know me. We've had pretty heated discussions about the male gaze theory before. I have a very good recollection of that one video where I was screaming at you about how the male gaze is bullshit. and
I say it is real in a specific context. I think I don't remember arguments from it, so I don't remember arguments.
But the issue is like, the issue I have with male gaze theory is it completely falls apart when you consider the fact that other gazes exist. Like, let's look at gushing over magical girls as an example here, just to kind of like use that, right? I wouldn't say gushing over magical girls is the male gaze, and the reason I wouldn't say that is because it is very lesbian coded. Right?
No, I mean, like male gaze. Got, it's got these social sciences. These social sciences, just like the regular sciences, sometimes do the upgrade. You got your relativity, then you got your special relativity and whatnot. And we don't use relativity really in much sense. We use the special relativity. In that sense, real people then, of course, don't use male gaze, they use gaze. Because
I think again, like the problem is like the utility of this, right?
Yeah.
I don't think there's any utility in this because it completely, like, if you want to analyze something through like the lens of the male gaze, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're completely shutting off the possibility of, was this actually made? Like, yeah, men obviously like gushing over magical girls. It's fucking lesbian. Men like looking at girls kiss, okay? Right? That's just fucking... We obviously like that, right? But at the same time, are you going to argue that, a lesbian or whatever getting into gushing over magical girls for the obvious, like, reasons, right? That, again, I find often, right, and you'll argue against this, right, but I find often when the male gaze gets brought up, it's brought up as a way to kind of say, oh, this thing is designed to be like sexually arousing in general. It's made for the male gaze, and therefore it's bad, right? Which obviously is not the academic bullshit whatever way of doing it. But that is the way the public consciousness has kind of taken that theory and like reinterpreted and fucking like
yeah, and that is kind of
bastardized.
that is the problem, the disconnect between the the useful use when it's actually useful for anything, and the
Yeah.
oh look, I made a point, now you should trust me.
So, and that's why I'm so anti it as a concept now, because I feel like it's run its course. It's not really useful.
Oh man, Red, so you wouldn't say that about guns, do you? We should just
what do you
get
mean-
rid
what
of
do you-
all guns. Because
Yeah, but guns are an actual fucking tool that are used. It's not like a metaphorical fucking lens, right? What do you mean?
Misused more than good use. So...
What are you fucking talking about? We still need to kill the wild boars. What are you fucking on about?
No, in private hands, in normal household.
No, Ellie, that is a
Ellie,
that is a horrible.
Nah, because you just disagree. You can't deal with it.
No, that is straight up. That is so bad.
Anyway,
it is because we're talking about like we're talking about a fucking socio-political whatever fucking nonsense feminist theory lens. We're not talking about like an actual physical fucking tool, right? That's actually has more uses. That has more uses outside of just killing people, right? Like that's again, I don't think the male gaze has many uses these days, is what I'm getting at. Right?
No, because
all the times that it's used for bad, right? Like straight up. Like it's not comparable at all.
I would disagree because the best gun is a gun that is kind of just looked up and never used.
Well, no, because then what's the point of fucking having it if you're not going to go target shooting?
Because people are insecure.
Yeah, you're insecure.
I mean, I don't have a gun. I'm very secure.
Like, no, because like what, Ellie, are we really gonna have a fucking debate about gun ownership right now? Because seriously, like, do you just assume that like the people that own guns for like self-defense or whatever don't go out and like use them like at like the range? Do you think that again? Look, I'm not an American,
using
right?
a gun at the range is not...
if we had an American in the chat and on fucking the stream, they would be like screaming at you right now how stupid this is.
Using it at the range is not using it, it's practice. It's
yes,
not...
it is. Yes, it is. It's using it.
It's not the gun you have for self-defense. Why... You're not using it for self-defense.
Okay, so then why do we have like sports around shooting? Why is shooting a sport? Why is archery a sport?
Well, we have the point of having clubs.
What is the point of having a bow in your house if you're never going to go out hunting, right? Like, what do you?
No,
again,
you say that.
I'm sorry,
because you say guns are.
This is stupid.
Because guns are for self-defense or whatnot. That's what you said.
No, they're not only for self-defense, Ellie. That's the point. What are you? Ellie, this is dumb. I'm sorry. I'm vetoing this conversation. This is fucking retarded. This is retarded.
I do have the mute buttons here because I misuse them and forget them all the time.
No,
apparently.
No.
Anyway.
Okay. Yeah. You always push them all again. Banning guns as a tool to oppress women. I agree, Gouda. Anyway, let's get back to okay.
Whatever. This is
back to the video, right? Back to the video and the actual topic, right? Of the male gaze, right? I want to know what she means by male gaze, right?
I don't think she'll explain. I think it is a general
That's the problem. That's the problem, right? Because if you're just using the male gaze as a shorthand for, oh, it has like slightly erotic content in it, or it has like, oh, they looked at the panty shots, right? Like, if you're just using it as, like, shorthand for ecchi content, I guess, even in the lightest sense of the word, right? Then, again, that's not useful. It's not a useful fucking term. Because you could argue, like, oh, Sailor Moon is the male gaze because it has, like, panty shots and shit in it, right? Like, you could argue literally everything is the male gaze. Again, it becomes not a useful, like, thing. So yeah, let's see what she's gonna say. Hopefully she kind of expands on this because I feel like she kind of needs to.
What's happened in our society? Fragmented shots of their bodies.
Wait, what the fuck was that? Hang on.
Yeah, it skipped a bit, maybe.
Okay, I've pulled it back. Let's listen.
Unfortunately, a lot of magical girl series now are catered towards the male gaze. That's never once happened in our society. Fragmented shots of their
What the fuck did she say there? Like
That never happened. I believe she said that never happened in our society. Like
it's just the way that, like, I don't know if it's her mic or if it's like just her accent. She's kind of hard to understand.
Well, she kind of said it all with a sigh at the same time, I think.
Yeah, it didn't help. It didn't help. So I was kind of like, what are you like? What were you trying to say there? But anyway, let's hear about Madoka Magica being bad. Okay.
bodies while transforming, often done naked. Objectify the magical girl to titillate the male viewer, not to empower the woman viewer.
Okay, so first off, right? That's been a thing since the very beginning, right? First off, right? That was like, again, you can't argue that, like, they got, again, if the argument is going to be they got commodified in the future, and but my anime that I like never objectified the woman, okay? The anime I like never objectified the woman.
If we're going to say that Sailor Moon, and I remember, this is a small tangent, I do remember something about Sailor Moon, more in the sense that when it was made, because etc. Time they're using the Sailor Moon, and there are a Sentai squad also. They're actually called soldiers in a sense, so they're just not they're not Sailor Moon. They're like the Moon Soldiers. So there's a slightly more military militia vibe to them than the English implies. All that stuff, and I forgot about it and where even read it or watched it or anything. But those are a bunch of details that might be interesting when talking about Sailor Moon and its origins and when it began, and how you could maybe trace a lineage from militia vigilante squads to whatever magical girls are today.
Yeah,
but I'm vague on the details, so you should really trust me.
I think my issue with this is just like, it's always been like this. I think it's kind of like she's presenting this as if it's like, oh, the magical girl transformations are like all suddenly are male gazy, when it's like, no, that's always kind of been the case. And then the other thing is, how is that a bad thing? Again, because she's looking at it through this idea of, oh, the only reason that these are sexual, right, or that there is like a sexual component to these transformations, is because it is made to titillate men. Whereas, again, it completely ignores the existence of, other proclivities, right? Like, plenty of women are just, like, I always find it fascinating when you have girls like this that kind of like act like women don't like looking at attractive women.
Well, I mean,
even if they're not lesbian, right? Even if they're not actually lesbian.
No, it's because like, there's not the thing about the clothing one, not right? And this is kind of falls into the woman be shopping category, though. There's more of a, hey, clothing is important. What you wear, how it's styled, the theming and whatnot, the coordination is important. So we better zoom in on the entire outfit and how it fits to each individual part and how it fits together.
I get that. I think that is a component, but at the same time, I feel like, again, you can't ignore the fact that it's supposed to be sexual, right? Or at least, like, it's supposed to be sexy, I guess would be a better way to put it, right? And I don't think that it's sexy exclusively for men, right? Because, again, I think that everyone just likes to look at attractive people, right? Like, attractive shit is good, right? There's this weird, like, fucking death cult, that is the best way to describe it for me, that's propped up in the last few years that just really loves ugly shit. And because they view it as like a rebellion, right? They view creating things that are ugly as a rebellion against beauty standards or some shit. So that and if you see like ugly video game characters, or the fact, all of that stuff, it tends to be because they're doing it deliberately as some kind of like rebellion against fucking beauty standards or whatever, right? But that kind of like gets kind of filtered through this in this case with this girl, right? Where she's saying, oh, the only reason they would use these camera angles and, you know, have these girls be kind of sexy and do all this stuff, it has to be for men, for the males. When my argument would be, no, it's not just for the males. Plenty of women enjoy this content too, and you can't just like hand wave that away, I guess. I think a really great example of this, I don't know if, I think her name's Renee from Face Connect. I don't know if she's a lesbian or not specifically, but she did a stream where she was like looking at all the Nikkei girls. Like she went through like all the Nikkei girls, and man, she fucking gets thirsty in that fucking stream. She is losing her fucking mind, right? Over how sexy that shit is. She loves it. She loves it. She's enjoying it. She's having a great time.
Sure,
like,
sure,
girl.
My point is that I don't really see the need to see it as a sexual thing at all. I really feel it's more of a, you know, clothing is important, whatnot, and I see that more showing off. The clothing is more important here.
I think the disconnect we're having is I'm viewing this as video girl is attacking the sexuality specifically, right? Whereas you're trying to argue, oh yeah, there's other reasons besides sexuality that it could be like this, and I agree with that. But I'm having to be the defender of sexual stuff, Ellie. I'm trying to defend the sexual part of it that she is specifically calling out and critiquing, right?
Well, I
feel like your addition, while somewhat relevant, I feel like it's kind of like downplaying the fact that she is doing an attack, right? She is saying this. She has an implication in her text that this is bad. It is made for males, therefore bad, right? And so I have to be like, no, it's not just made for males, and it's also not bad, right? And that's the problem. So anyway, we're gonna be here for a while. But
just by saying that there's more than one reason why you're looking at this way, kind of just already negates the point. You don't have to disprove
but again,
it, basically.
No, but Ellie, we have to defend the sexuality on this show. We are pro sex in this cast. We will defend the sexy shit. But anyway, let's continue.
Women are already so often objectified in anime. Why can't Magical Girls series be a safe place away from that? How did iconic shows tailored towards women, like Sailor Moon, turn into a site of male fantasies with shows like Cutie Honey and Madoka Magica?
1970.
Again, this is so weird. It's such a weird point because it's always been like this. They've always had the sexual element.
And the first magical show was 1960. So
yeah.
You had like maybe 5 years apparently of
And again, is that like what she wants? Like, does she want the 1960s show back? Like, what is she talking? Like, what is? I'm confused. I mean, we're not done with the intro yet, because you can see the times. I can see the timestamps.
You
right?
can. I can't.
You can't, but I can. So we're not done with the intro yet, right? But like, I'm confused as to like where this is kind of going, because she's making a point that doesn't really make sense to me, right? Where she's implying there was like a period of time when magical girls were like this pure thing that had absolutely no like sexy whatever blah 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 shit, you know, going on, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then suddenly something happened, right? Like something happened. The men came in and corrupted the men, or something, right? Like everything was fine until the men attacked, right? This is the vibe I'm getting from this, right? And I'm just sitting here thinking that is not historically accurate at all. That is not how this worked. It's very weird. So let's see what goes.
Anime series are often labeled according to their intended demographic. Magical Girl series typically fall under the label of.
It's the magazines again, but we know.
I knew you would jump in on this. Yeah. And also, demographics don't necessarily have to like you could
Are
have a
not
magical
fate.
girl shonen.
Or not demographics are not fate.
I guarantee you can have a magical girl shonen, right? Just because it's a shonen or a seinen or whatever does not like it's not. It is literally just like, okay, what is the magazine?
I mean, most of the popular romance shows that are airing lately are actually secretly seinen, right? Something like Kaguya-sama, right? That's a seinen. The love story, whatnot.
There was like a pseudo debate on this that I remember when Anime Outsiders was shitting on that gladiatorial manga.
Mm-hmm.
I'll go grab because I want to bring it up specifically because it helps with this point. Where is it? Because I was reading it like a month ago. So there's this manga that's like about a guy who gets like transported. It's like an isekai, right? He gets like transported into another world, and he like has to fight in this coliseum. And the whole thing is like, if you win, you get to enslave the fucking chick, right, or whatever. And it's very lewd. It's very sexual. There's like actual fucking in it. Like it is a very it is a very, 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 very sexual work. And Anime Outsiders was kind of having like a fucking hissy fit on Twitter because it was in Monthly Dragon Age, which is a shonen manga, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he views that as like, oh, it's in a shonen manga, that means it must be getting targeted at like 15-year-old boys or whatever, right? So like the fucking you have this like hardcore fetish kind of manga, which is not really a fetish manga because like having read it, like it is actually really interesting. Like it is actually really cool. Like a lot of the fights are kind of like fascinating to kind of read, and it's very well drawn. It's actually the art for it is done by the same artist that made the manga adaptation for Dragon's Crown. So it is actually very interesting. It is very well drawn. It is a very well drawn manga, and it is very, very
and Anime
the
Outsider
mechanics involved
hated the sexy because supposedly
because it's sexy, yeah. But that's not But that's not the point. I'm not talking about that the hating the sexy part. I'm talking more about like the demographics part, right? Because do you want to know like here's like the list, right? I have the list here of some of the other stuff that has run in this monthly Dragon Age, right? So you got Amagi Brilliant Park, right? You got let's see here, you got Blaze Blue, right? You got Data Live, that was ran in this one. You've got High School DxD, High School of the Dead, Triage X.
Right? Oh yeah, we mentioned this before, right? It has like
I think we did. Yeah, I'm just bringing it up again because like just because it's a shonen, air quotes, I'm air quoting, you can't see it, but I'm air quoting it. Yeah. Just because it is a shonen manga magazine does not necessarily dictate that it is made for kids, if you get what I mean, right?
Yeah.
Like I believe even I think Konosuba runs in this magazine as well, I believe. So at least I think I remember. Yeah, Konosuba. Yeah, it does. It runs in this magazine. The manga for Konosuba runs in this magazine. So again, you can imagine like someone buying the magazine to read like Kazuma's wacky adventures, and they get slapped with fucking like rape fucking room and shit. So yeah. My point is like, yes, demographics are a thing. Yes, they can be used as like, general vibe, right, stuff. But I wouldn't necessarily use it as like a hard and fast kind of rule, right? It's
no,
not
because
stone set.
Do I remember something like that? Attack on Titan was first applying to like shonen mangas, but then it got rejected there for not fitting in, and then it ended up at the seinen place. And sure, seinen magazines might allow more hardcore arm bitings and whatnot and gut spillings and whatnot, but it started with like chapter 1 and the world is a post-apocalypse and is being destroyed by giants as a shonen manga. So you could kind of read like the first 5 chapters as what the tone of the shonen would be, and just in general, different magazines have vibes, and those vibes are kind of captured in it's vibing like a shonen. Death Note. If you squint, yes, Death Note has slightly more in common with the Naruto
and again,
than the Kaguya.
And again, it's like I'm like reacting to what's on screen right now, right? An anime and or manga series that is targeted towards young girls. Yeah, that might be true. Like the target demographic might be that, but as we see in Moe Manifesto when they talk about how, we made this magical girl show, targeted it towards women because we were not women but girls, right? Because we're trying to sell the wand, right? We want to sell girls on the wand. Wait a minute, why are all these men showing up to the fan? Right? Right? Like, just because something is like targeted towards something does not necessarily mean that is what it, it's like no boys allowed in the girls club, right? This isn't made for you, right? It might not be made for you, but that doesn't mean that you're not going to be able to like watch it and enjoy it, right? Like,
Yeah. But anyway, we did our talk about shonen, shoujo, seinen magazines, and all that stuff.
Yeah, let's continue.
Shoujo, literally translates to girl, thus naming the series' intended audience. There's also labeled Josie, which translates to woman or woman, thus labeling the intended demographic as adult woman. There unfortunately aren't a lot of Josie Magical Girl series. The manga Magical Angel Creamy Mommy and the Spoiled Princess is one of the few Josie Magical Girl series. The Spoiled Princess is a sequel to the classic shoujo series Creamy Mommy, the Magic Angel. On the flip side, there is also shonen, which translates to boy, and seinen, which translates to young man or young men. Very popular magical girl series Madoka Magica can easily be misinterpreted as a Josie, considering its focus on female protagonists.
It's a Jersey. It's a Jersey.
It's a Josie.
Are you getting chilly? Would you like to put a jersey on?
No, I got some juicy beef right here on the grill.
I don't want to be too mean. Right? I don't want to be too mean, but yeah, pronunciation. I struggle with the pronunciation too, right? I'm not good at it. The autism, right? I'm not great at it, right? I'm not gonna be too mean, but at the same time,
if you're going to do like a half hour, if you're going to do a half-hour essay, and all the time,
yeah, maybe you should probably use the take where you say it a bit better. You could just say it. Maybe do multiple takes and pick the best one. Right, might be the way to go. But on the actual point about Madoka Magica, though, right? Like the idea of it can be like I want to kind of hear what she's. Because I didn't quite catch like the final point here on Madoka Magica. Like, what is she actually saying?
Madoka Magica can easily be misinterpreted as a Josie, considering its focus on female protagonists and adult, darker themes. However, it's technically a seinen, as its intended demographic are young men.
No, it's published in.
Madoka Magic is intended demographic is young men.
In this argument, yes, if demographics are facts, your magazine is your
If demographics, well, wait, wasn't Madoka Magica anime original? Wasn't it a magazine?
I believe it was like a simultaneous thing, right? A multimedia.
I can't remember. I thought it was like an anime original.
Yeah, that's true. But
I'll do a fact check.
The manga ended up in, I believe, the manga.
I'll do a fact check. Fuck it. Where's fucking
Puella Magi Mojica.
Where's that fucking Mao? Where's anime list? No, I want give me the fucking Mao so I can get the. There it is. What is it classified as? Okay, it is a 12 episodes producers, related entries. There was an adaptation, so the manga was an adaptation of the show. So I think it was. I'm pretty confident it was an source original. Yeah, it was an original series. It was not in a magazine beforehand, right? So this again, and what is it like classified as in?
It was published eventually in a seinen magazine, but the Wikipedia doesn't give a demographic. It's just dark fantasy, magical girl, psychological thriller.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Mal and I'm trying to like, where are the fucking tags on? Because I can't fucking find them.
Like on the right, left side, right?
Yeah. It's got themes, but I'm not seeing like the tags.
Because maybe the kid doesn't have it. You know, anime original. People have to figure it out.
I don't fucking know. But the point is, right? I think okay, you could argue it's a seinen, right? Like it's a more adult orientated show, not really for kids, right? Like I on that respect, I think that's correct. But it's the for men part that I've got a bit of a problem. Right?
It just flows from the faulty assumptions before, so it's
yeah. And I don't, because I don't think that when they made Madoka Magica, I'm not thinking, oh, they like specifically made this for men. I'm thinking they made it for everyone. Right,
and then they was like, all right, which magazine wants it the most / fits?
Yeah, which magazine wants it, and then it's which magazine, you know, has like the what should I calls it, like what is more suitable for the content, right? Like what magazine is suitable for the content, and then it just so happens to be a seinen one, right? So that's again, that's why I'm kind of like, this just falls apart for me. It's like a genre. Yeah, it's interesting because all the only genres that you have on my Mal, right, is just award-winning drama suspense, which is not really that helpful, right? Think about it. At least like the genres on the manga are like drama, fantasy, horror, right? Like that kind of, that kind of fits. But again, I don't. Yeah, if you're gonna like view like demographics as like hard and fast rules, right? Yeah, it's in a seinen magazine, so you would argue that it's for men. But I would argue no. I don't think it is like. I think I remember arguing about this back in the Normalities days, right? I had like a big rant in one of like it was either the one that's on BitChute or like one of the Normalities videos, probably the one on BitChute, where I like had like a fucking aneurysm over like this idea that men like can't empathize with women or something, and then that's why like they don't want to watch fucking girl shit or something like that. Can't remember, but like this is giving me the same vibes. I'm having Normalities vibes from this, where it's like this implication that there is media that is supposed to only be like, if it's in the demographic, it can only be watched and only be enjoyed by those particular people, right? Like you can't, if you deviate from that, then you're weird. Is the implication I'm getting here, right? And that's why I don't think Madoka Magica was like made specifically with the intent of it being male orientated in mind, right? But I also don't think it was female orientated either. I think it was just general audience, like just they wanted to make a fucking horror based magical girl show, right?
Yeah, I mean, it is made with somebody in mind, even if it's yourself, right?
Right.
So in that sense,
the issue is like, okay, I'll let you finish.
Yeah. So it is made with some kind of I think these people will like it, therefore it's aired at this time and marketed in this way, etc., etc.
I would argue it would be Magical Girl fans specifically, because I know deconstruction gets tossed around a lot these days. I don't think Madoka is necessarily a deconstruction. All right, I'm not gonna get into that whole can of worms, but I do think that the target demographic would be people that are already, because it plays on the tropes, right, of the genre, right, in a sense. So you would want to have like foreknowledge of the tropes. So obviously you don't need to. Like, I'm not saying this again. I'm not using hard and fast rules the same way the video girl is, right? But like, I do feel like when they were making it, they were probably thinking, right, we're going to make this for people that are already like familiar with the genre, in a sense, if that makes sense. And that can be male or female, right? That's not like gender exclusive. I think Gouda makes a good point in like the chat where it's like, Blue Archive, right, is definitely targeted at men, yeah, but a lot of women just like looking at the cute girls. That's kind of ties into my point I was making earlier, where it's like people like looking at attractive fucking people. Like it's visually pleasing. They like looking at the cute anime girls. It's not a gender exclusive thing, right? Looking at sexy anime girls is not a gender exclusive thing, right? It's we like to look at the stuff, right? So anywho, yeah, this is a very weird point. I think I can see how this video is going to go, where she's going to get like really bogged down and tied to this whole demographics thing, right? Where it's going to be, oh, this thing was targeted for men, therefore it's only for, like, why don't we have enough stuff targeted for women? And then never defining what that actually looks like or means, right? Like, what do you actually want, right? Is going to be the question. So let's see.
Yeah.
The male gaze, the otaku.
A noteworthy amount of Magical Girl series fall under the demographic of shonen or seinen, with otaku culture as a key contributor.
Wait a minute, didn't she just say that a lot of Magical Girl shows are shoujo? Now she's saying a lot of Magical Girl shows.
Back in the day, Naretsu, in 1970.
Oh yeah, in 1960. In 1960, Magical Girl shows were shoujo.
But since 1970, everything changed.
Yeah, I feel like that's a scripting era, personally. That sounds like a scripting era where she didn't kind of realize that she's like contradicting herself a little bit. All right.
Culture has been a lasting butterfly effect on the Magical Girl genre, playing a significant role in the commodification of the genre. But what is the otaku, and how have they greatly impacted the genre? Kumiko Saito, in her frequently cited essay on the Magical Girl, discusses the otaku audience, the rise in male viewers within the Magical Girl genre. Or women, but usually men. The otaku...
So this is a Bow Manifesto interview, apparently.
I guess. I don't know.
He's talking about the Saito interview that probably.
Let me have a look. Let me have a
I can grab my book. I'm going to grab it.
No, I'm looking to see if she okay, works cited, right?
Ooh.
Bailey Catherine, Prince Charming in the day, superheroine by night, subversive sexualities and gender fluidity, revolutionary girl eating a Sailor Moon. So it was a 2012 paper. Pleasurable Negotiations, a feminist fury book. Saito, Magical Girl Shoujo, Metamorphosis, Magical Girl Anime, Challenges of Changing Gender Identities in Japan Society. I'm guessing that's the one she's citing right now.
Sounds like another paper, another book.
I'm just gonna go back and hear what did she actually cite there.
Kumiko Saito and her
Oh, it's Kumiko Saito. That's something different, something else.
Yeah, Saito. Yeah, so she's quoting Magic Shoujo and Metamorphosis of Magical Anime and the Challenges of Changing Gender Identities in Japan, a Journal of Asian Studies, Volume 73, Number 1, 2014, and then specific pages. I mean, look, I'll give her this. She's citing her sources. That's always good. We love to see it.
Well, unfortunately,
you know,
not in the video, like not actually from this is the book I'm citing from or something, but just
Yeah, she could have been a bit more clear. Yeah, she could have been. Oh, hang on. Let me listen to it. Let me listen to it so I can.
But what is the otaku, and how have they greatly impacted the genre? Kumiko Saito, in her frequently cited essay on the magical girl, discusses the otaku.
Yeah, you can't just be like in her frequently cited essay on the magical girl. Like you have to actually say what it is, because that could mean like literally. Because it's like you thought she was talking about the Moe Manifesto, right? Like it gets confusing when you're not clear about what you're citing, right? Like. Still good that she put it in the description. She gets half a point, I guess. you get half a point.
Let's say you get 3 points for having it, citing it, and clearly you're citing it, and this is like
maybe
one of the 2 points in that sense.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, it's kind of a problem. And I haven't read this particular work, so let's see what she's quoting. Let's see what the quote's going to be.
Audience. The rise in male viewers within the magical girl genre. Or women, but usually men. The otaku audience has been around since the 80s. Otaku culture is typically characterized by being attracted to bisoujo characters or beautiful girl characters. Bisoujo later created moe, which means having a strong attraction and feelings for cute and young anime, manga, and/or video game characters. The term otaku is used differently in the West. It's used as a way to say that you're a die-hard fan of anime.
Well, I mean, it's used kind of like there was a period of time where there was differing usages, specifically during like the 2000s and whatnot. But like, I would argue that now it's kind of homogenized at this point.
Yeah, because if you say train spotting, right? You're the Densho otaku. He was a train otaku. And that was also his whole thing.
The issue. Yeah, I think she's doing a bit of a disservice of not mentioning that because it's like in Japan it is more a generalized like obsession, right? Like you have an obsession with a thing that doesn't necessarily have to be anime and manga.
So in the last week when I was hardcore playing my Crusader Kings 3.
You're a Crusader Kings otaku, yeah.
Yeah, but also because otaku
you're playing grand strategy 4.
Yeah, and because otaku means something like my house, and the implication is that you don't leave kind of your house, your thing, and you're noble of your own domain, but you're actually never leaving it. I was not leaving my house for hours when I was playing my hardcore game, etc., etc.
And so, and I think that is an important like contextual element to bring up with it, especially considering like the negative connotations that otaku got during like the otaku killer days, right? Or during that time, right? Where in Japan there was like kind of like it'd be a negative view. However, I feel like now it has become a bit more homogenized, and I wouldn't necessarily say I wouldn't necessarily. Well, let me finish. I wouldn't necessarily say that the Western it only applies to anime and manga has like taken over. I think that there's just more of a like colloquially it's generally used for anime and manga people, but you can also utilize it for other particular interests, right?
I just wanted to do two small things, right? Yes, when there was a time in Japan, I'm very sure of this. I have no actual sources on this, so keep it in mind. There was a time when you could say in Japan, "Oh, the otaku," and you would know by inference that you meant those weirdos with their stupid cartoons, right? Just saying otaku would refer to those smelly cartoon-obsessed people over there that are probably murderers and killers. That probably has died down. But you still have like the people that are like, no, those new fans are fake. I am true. I am otaku. Those the weirdos that take it up as a
you have a little bit of that.
Name.
You have a little bit of that, yeah, but I feel like, again, like the main point here is just that I feel like she's missing context when talking about otaku as a word. I feel like there could have been a little bit more.
Yeah, because
history
this
lesson here,
slang dictionary is borrowed from Japanese, but this isn't
Mm.
the definition for the use in English. This is a definition, not a
Yeah.
translation.
Yeah, and when you're talking about like when you're citing like a Japanese essay about the Japanese topic based on the Japanese otaku, I think it's very important to make sure you just differentiate what you're talking about, right?
Sure.
Especially if we're talking about like, because what let me go back to the sources again. Stop. The year it was 2014 when that study that she's citing apparently was and she hasn't actually has she actually quoted it yet? Like she's mentioned about it, but she hasn't.
No,
Like,
it's kind of more like an
yet.
inspirational source, an informational.
I guess, but that came out in like 2014, so you'd have to think about it in like the context of what like otaku meant in like 2014.
10
right?
years ago, yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, let's keep.
You're more than a weeb, an average fan. You're an otaku, the top of anime
No, because you're using otaku. You're borrowing
You're
otaku.
losing it. We're losing it.
She's borrowing otaku from the essay that is about Japan and Japan, Japanese, etc.
Yeah.
But then throwing in weeb, which is a pure Western thing, and they're like,
yeah, it doesn't actually mean like I've had rants about the word weeb and how I don't like it, and I try not to use it, right? Because people don't use it for the same thing that they used to use it for. Because when I was a kid, right, when I was in high school and I was doing anime shit, right, like weeb always used to mean someone who was so obsessed with not just anime but like Japan, right? The Japanophile, right? The people that are like so obsessed with Japan that they basically forego their own culture to try and like prop up Japan as like this fucking like nirvana, right? And those people would like be really fucking annoying because the version of Japan that they're propping up wasn't even like a real version of Japan, right? It's the version of Japan that they get from like watching anime, which is already like it's not necessarily a realistic, right? Yeah, Gaijin steel. Yeah, the thousand times folded fucking, katana cut through fucking concrete, whatever, right? So this is kind of the problem, right? This is kind of the problem is like weeb as a word, right, used to have a meaning that was very specific. It used to be, oh, you love anime so much and but you're appropriating the culture of Japan in a way that's not even like really Japan, right?
yeah.
You don't actually care about Japanese culture, like the real Japanese culture. You only care about the specific, like, idealized version of it. And then you will talk about how, all other cultures are shit. Japan is so great.
Yeah.
My culture is so bad. Fuck my culture. I want to go to Japan. I want to learn Japanese. Kawaii des. I like putting Japanese words in your English, right? Like that kind of shit was what was we considered weeb behavior, right? Weeb behavior was when you did that stuff. But now weeb has just kind of become like shorthand for like somewhat
Japan.
Annoying anime fan. Yeah, just like Japan. Yeah, like you think Japan is not like a pedophile rape country? You're a weeb, right? Like,
oh, Naretsu, I've been in Japan for 2 months now in 2 vacations, and I'm planning not soon, but I'm saving up already every month a little bit
to go again. Yeah, you're such a weeb.
I am
such a weeb.
Hopefully for another month of Japan, so it'll be like 3 months.
Big Japan trip time. Yeah,
and
big
that
weeb
would be
time.
would that be hyper weeb behavior, or is like, oh, I hate how the sun sucks in Japan, it's so hot?
It would for me it would be like using my definition of weeb from back in the day, right?
Yeah.
It would be if you were like oh fuck Dutchland, fuck Holland, I hate Holland, oh fuck, I hate it here, oh it's so bad, but Japan is so cool, kawaii, desu, senpai, love, oh that's where it like crosses from like being otaku, right? Which is like you have the nerd obsessed interest in like the anime manga, right? Into being a weeb, right? That's when you cross, is when you start, disparaging your own culture for the propping up of another, right? And that's when it starts to be a problem. But again, people don't use it like that anymore. People just use it as shorthand for, oh, you like anime shit, so I guess you're a weeb,
Yeah, but
right?
that's language in general, and people, from, oh, you're calling me weep? Sure, I like Japan, and then
Well, no, I would prefer to be called an otaku personally than be called a weeb. But like again, that's just because I don't
but
prescribe
we
to
all have our
modernity.
too. I dislike using hentai games, hentai anime, because I know that you should use arrow.
Yeah,
or just the letter
yeah.
H, not hentai. That's something different. You're doing it wrong.
Yeah,
So
it is what it is. It is what it is. But going back to the video here, right? She's falling into the trap. She's falling into the Anglo trap, right? Of not, thinking about these things from, I guess, like the actual Japanese perspective. Like she's looking at it through like the Anglo lens, and then that's getting looking at the Japanese mirror, and then the reflection that's coming
kind
back
of
at
like
her.
the cultural insensitivities of the Americans. The American cultural insensitivity, I would call it then. Oh, Howda's leaving.
Right,
Oh, he's probably already
oh
gone.
no! Oh well. Yeah, see you later, man. Have a good one.
Yeah.
But anyway, let's continue.
However, the original definition of otaku is much, much different.
Oh look! Maybe we jumped the gun. Let's see. So, let's just listen to what she says.
Otakus take original material and make their own meaning out of it, usually fetishizing the material and characters in the process.
There she goes wrong again.
The original definition of otaku is
hang on, so I want the
much,
text on
much
screen. There we go. So a person of the Japanese subculture. That's a weird way to put it.
Yeah.
That is genuinely interested in anime, manga, and video games. Otakus make their own original meaning out of media, usually fetishizing the material and characters in the process. That is not the right.
What are Star Wars fans, Noretsu, with their what are the Mass Effect fans with that hated the ending of 3?
This is not, and again, she's trying to say this is what the original Japanese definition. No. We
talked about it. Like I said, like it
we
means
already
like
talked
a house,
about it.
blah blah blah.
Yeah,
We're not leaving.
Yeah, if you boil it down, the original Japanese definition was literally just someone that is obsessed with something. Like it is literally just you have an obsession with a thing.
Their house, their domain because of it.
Yeah, you are so obsessed with a thing that you would not leave the house in order to partake in the thing. Is basically it, right? Like you're so obsessed with like military shit that you spend all day online looking up military shit, buying military shit, right? Like that is like it. What gets me about this is the overcomplication, right? Like it's such a simple concept to understand, and yet she's turning it into this like really complicated thing of, oh, it's actually about the they fetishize it, and they get their own meaning out of it, and they like she's. And the funny thing is, like, again, reading the Moe Manifesto, I can kind of understand where this is coming from, because she's probably reading stuff like the Moe Manifesto and like hearing like the interviews. Yeah, and like hearing the interviews about like, oh, how otaku, because they do get their own meaning out of stuff, and they do fetishize stuff, right? Like that is something that they do. However, that's not like you don't have to do that, and that's not like the definition of the actual word, right? Like it's not like people just do that. Again, it's like what you were saying with Mass Effect and Star Wars. People just do that naturally.
Yeah,
right?
they see a thing and they just start whole arguments on, who shot first, Han Solo or whatever guy did.
Yeah,
I didn't
or,
even...
or they're like fetishizing. They're fetishizing Leia in the slave outfit,
Or,
right?
just the
in
Millennium
Jabba's smoke.
Falcon as a symbol of something. Or, oh no, they're messing with the lore because you can't do that. He can't do that. That's not against the...
Hmm.
And,
Yeah,
I'm
kind of
going to say
this is
the prequel, the sequels don't exist. I refuse to acknowledge their existence.
but they don't though. Okay, but
Or
anyway,
whatever.
yeah, this is a really overcomplicated and weird definition of otaku. This is very. I don't know what's going on here. This is a bit. This is a bit source. I made it the fuck up, like feeling.
I dreamt it more,
right?
kind of. Yeah.
Yeah. So let's hear what she's gonna say.
Otakus take original material and make their own meaning out of it, usually fetishizing the material and characters in the process. Interestingly, otaku culture ties back to postmodernism, as it's a practice in reusing.
This is the database animals.
Oh no!
I have
no!
I have the book. I have the book. I haven't opened it because it's a reference book more than anything.
Let's keep going. Let's let her cook.
Yeah.
Images and ideas. There's no new stuff happening in otaku culture. It's all recycled ideas and images.
Really?
Sort of. It's if you're going purely on the database, but the part of the database is also that new elements are being categorized, right? New elements are being added
you have
to.
you have the new elements that get made, but then those elements get like put in their category with the older elements and then remixed and mixed into the
so
soup,
it's not
right?
The database does have new input. It's not a recycle, endless recycling.
Yeah, I wouldn't describe it the way she's describing it is the problem, right? Like I wouldn't describe it as like, oh, it's just constant recycling.
It is the definition of the postmodernism, but it is there is new stuff incoming.
And I think it's kind of weird to talk about this and not kind of factor in, like, I mean, you look at Disney, right? Like what is Disney doing? They're doing live action remakes of movies that only came out like 2 years ago. You know what I mean? Like they're recycling shit all the fucking time, right? There's God,
Naretsu, I don't even really think that's kind of a big of a... This is slightly off topic. The Disney remaking their animated movie into live action or whatever, it is kind of just...
Well,
Disney took myths and made cartoons out of it, and took the Odyssey and made a live action into cartoons.
I guess I should say, I'm not saying that as like that's a bad or good thing. I'm merely bringing that up as that is clearly an example of them recycling.
You're right. I was more reacting.
Like I'm not bringing that up. Yeah, I'm not bringing that up as like a good or bad thing, because you can think that's a good or bad thing as personal opinion. I'm more saying, like, if she's going to be saying, well, okay, the otaku database is just recycling the same ideas, then what would you call Disney recycling the same idea, right? Like, what? Not even like recycling, just remaking the same movie, right?
Yeah.
Like literally the same movie again, but with a different medium, I guess. Like instead of it being animated, it's live action. That is the definition of recycling ideas, right? So you can't really say that this is like an exclusive otaku thing, right? Like the database is not a only otaku are doing this thing. Hollywood is doing this, like all kinds of things are doing this, like recycling of material, and it's how new stuff does end up getting made, right? Because you'll take stuff from the database and then you'll put your own spin on it. We've been we're watching like Last Boss, right? And Last Boss, even I'm constantly memeing about it being Overlord at home, but even though it is technically Overlord at home, there is still enough in there that is differentiating it from Overlord to make it its own thing. Right?
Yeah, and
it's trying to do something different.
And just to slightly, clarify maybe something people know, regular watchers of ours should know, but the database is You're right, not necessarily super specific to the otaku, anime, manga, and its surrounding fields, otaku. It can exist in other fields, but the thing about the otaku that are database animals that are particularly gifted in categorizing if stuff in the database, where other cultures might not, other fandoms or cultures might not. So the database might exist for other elements, but it is not as narrowly and accurately, databaseified as the anything in these in the otaku hobbies are. Just a slight clarification on what the database is.
Yeah. All right. Let us continue.
Otaku's reusation of characters removes the character's central meaning and instead makes their importance based around visual cues. The otaku audience is attracted to what the
just because speech patterns are also part of the database.
Yeah, and again, I feel like she's doing a very big overgeneralization of, and I don't like the whole "this is how things are" authoritative stance talk, right? Like, yeah, no, I'm not sure about that.
I'm just getting annoyed. It's just too strong of a word. Don't But just these errors, like, oh no, the otaku are just looking at visual elements. Well, what about how they talk? The speech pattern, the dialect, the rich ho ho ho's, or the yarol of the gruff delinquents. These oversights are just so simple. Just don't say visual. Just say elements. Then you would be covered. Everything would be fine. She should have to have the beta reader or beta script pass.
Yeah, gotta get someone to check the script. You gotta have a draft. You send the draft over to the draft.
Tony Otaku will spot the elements.
Implied. A bisoujo exposed woman implies that she's sexually available and easy.
Wait, God, it's weird because every time we pause and then we unpause, she says something that's like fucking insane, and I'm like, wait, what the fuck did you just say? I have to go back.
This time I would let it go just for brevity.
All right. Well, let's. All right, I've already rolled it back. Let's just.
Instead, makes their importance based around visual cues. The otaku audience is attracted to what the characters imply. A bisoujo exposed woman implies that she's sexually available and easy. A moe young cute girl implies that she's innocent and too trusting.
No,
I feel like she's this feels like mind reading shit, right? Where it's like you're assuming the implication, like she's assuming what other people are getting from implications, right? Which I think is a bit dangerous, a little bit. It also kind of ties into the whole K-On! Nazi thing, right? Because, and like I said, we might cover that next stream. We'll see how we go. It won't be next week, probably the week after, right? But with that, my response to that I had on Twitter was kind of like, you could just like ask the Nazis why they like it, right? Like you could just ask them instead of assuming, right? Because right now this feels like she's she's making the assumption, okay, the sexual content in like Cutie Honey, right, is implying that she's available, right, and easy, quote unquote, right? And she's assuming that is what the male audience is taking away from that content, right? Instead of like, I don't know, like just ask a guy who watches Cutie Honey and is a fan of Cutie Honey why he likes it. Like, no, just ask him.
This kind of reads to me just kind of the almost just stereotypes, like, oh, this character has blue hair. Blue means calm, so she is an intellectual type. And and then you could, put out 1,000 different characters that are all super angry and annoyed all the time and cut off and stupid. Like, Aqua, right? Aqua, Konosuba.
Yeah.
Dumbest character in the show, and she has blue hair.
Yeah, and she's Yeah, it's the problem is it's not like hard and fast rules.
So
right?
and she mentions a couple of these what would be generally sure, it is likely kind of, but it's not a fact. A character that is dressed skimpily can often be sexually open or whatnot. But then you got other characters, Bayonetta is an easy example.
Yeah.
No, you can't touch her, not never ever. And then you got
she's sexually empowered and in control of her own sexuality, right?
Yeah, and then something similar, something different, like Kill la Kill, where it's like, no, this is not about the sexy. We're going to cut each other up with these oversized scissors. This is not the time to pay attention.
I think the problem is like coming from this mind reading of the audience, right? This assuming that this is what people are like taking away, like, oh, the moe girl is a representation of cuteness and innocence, right, and whatnot. Which
yeah, just
again, it's I don't like it when. And it's always these academic-y types that like to do this, right? They like to do this mind reading thing when. If you applied Occam's razor to things, right? Again, the easiest way you could figure this out is to just literally question fans of the thing and ask them, okay, what did you get out of this? When you watched Cutie Honey, right? Did you think she was a slut because she's constantly showing her breasts, right? Like, if you just asked people, right? Maybe not just one person, but like you probably need like a sample size of like maybe 10 or something, right? Like just a small sample size of like just go on like an anime forum or something and just like ask people, right? Or like go on make a thread on 4chan or something, right? Depending on what demographic of anime fan, again, you're trying to like question here, right? Like just ask them, hey, I'm doing like a video. What did you guys get from this? And then like you could talk about the responses that you got, right? And see if like the formulate that is way more strong of a way to formulate the point than to just assume what people are thinking and then act as if that is correct, right? Because what ends up happening when you do that is you get like 20 billion people that'll go, well, my experience wasn't like that. It's like when you're looking up like a problem for your computer, right? Like you're trying to find like, oh, I have a computer problem, my monitor's not working or whatever, and then you go on like a fucking forum for tech help, like Reddit or whatever, and you just see like a million different responses. They're like, but it works for me though, right? It works for me. It works. I don't know why it would be a problem for you. It works for me. That's what happens when you do that, right? Is you get a bunch of responses that are going to be, well, I mean, I don't think that Cutie Honey is a slut. Like, what are you talking about? What do you mean? Why are you implying that I think that Cutie Honey is a slut? Like, why are you doing that, right? Like, it doesn't lead to a good foundation for the point, I guess, is what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, I made my point already. Like,
yeah.
basic.
Let's keep going. Yeah.
So when I say male gaze, in this context, I'm referring to men or women who participate in otaku culture, and I will be using it interchangeably with otaku gaze.
What?
This
doesn't sound very academic type to me, Naretsu. Flippant use of definitions.
And this is what I mean about why I don't like the male gaze as a concept. This is what I'm talking about. Like, people just fucking use it, whatever. Like, and also, like, oh, women have the male gaze too now, apparently, right? Like everyone just has the male. It doesn't matter if you're male, female, trans, non-binary. Who cares? You all have the male gaze. You are not free from sin, I guess. Everyone is a sinner.
Yeah,
right? It's so reductive. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't fucking mean anything.
This is kind of what I meant by the gaze got an upgrade. It's not just male gaze, but then she's still, no, I'm going to call it male gaze, so even though I'm not going to use it as a male thing. It's like, all right, just use the gaze instead.
Yeah. Why yeah, it
Oh yeah,
doesn't
no,
make
no.
fucking sense.
What was it again? Damn, I forgot.
I
Oh
don't know.
yeah, diseases are transmitted through the ether. What ether? Oh, I just mean
Yeah.
air.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. That is exactly it. That is exactly the fucking problem. It's like,
What the fuck?
God, like, yeah, what the fuck are you talking about? Jesse, what the fuck are you talking about? Oh my god. Oh my god. Just.
How does this relate to Magical Girls? Animation studios found that creating Magical Girl series and characters that attract an otaku audience provide the studios profit. Doing so allows them to create and sell suggestive figures and merchandise, even
Figures
if the
are way
scene is depicting.
later.
Yeah, they're not like, again, it like, she could have made this point a lot better if she was talking about, again, the Moe Manifesto and, hey, we were commissioned to specifically make a show for a toy, right? Again, that's why not talking about like Precure and stuff is really bad in this, right? Because you could make an argument about commodification and how a lot of these shows are advertisements for toys and whatnot, and that is like commercialism or whatever, right? Like there is a based communist capitalism bad argument, right, that you could make here, right? But she's choosing to hone in on this like sexy figures of characters exist. That's bad for reasons, right? Even though I don't think it's like, again, people like attractive things. I'm sorry, people are attracted to Madoka. They like Madoka. They think she's cute. They like to see her in the swimsuit. You know, what do you want? what do you want? You know, like, I think you're the weird one for not finding her cute, right? Like, come on, what's going on here?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of want to just move on a bit because we're stalling a lot already.
Yeah, there's a lot. There is a lot to. Oh god, there's a chapter called "The Female Gaze." Oh no, we're gonna end up killing each other by the end of this fucking video. But anyway, let's keep going.
It's not actually happened within the series. A popular example of Magical Girl series targeted towards men is Cutie Honey. When the Bisoujo character, Cutie Honey, fights and transforms, her clothes are often ripped off, thus interrupting the narrative rather than adding to it.
Okay, but is it? I mean, I would love to know if there's like an interview where the creators are like, "Hey, yeah, we made this. This is a Magical Girl show for men, right?" I think that'll be interesting. I think that'll be interesting, right? That'll be interesting to know, but there's no source on that in here, right? So
no,
just yeah,
unless
like
it's in that
again.
That's
No,
why
sorry.
this is why I want exact citations and sources, because maybe
Yeah.
it is covered in that essay, in that volume.
Maybe yeah. It would be interesting to know whether or not Cutie Honey was made with the male audience in mind specifically, right?
But we don't
I think that
know
would be
because
interesting.
it is not mentioned at all.
Yeah, like, because right now all she's doing is just like assuming that to be fact, right? Like, you don't know, but we don't know that as a fact, and that's the issue, right? And you got to be really careful when you're making like fact statements, right?
Yeah.
Because that's where you get tripped up. Because it's so easy for someone to just like look it up and find, oh wait, here's an interview where they were like talking about how they wanted to use Cutie Honey as a way to tell girls that it's okay to be sexy and that sexuality isn't a like weakness or whatever, right? Or something like that, right? Again, it's very
Yeah.
Cutie Honey was so popular that it has had several spin-offs and remakes. Even though the original series debuted in the 70s, the otaku audience did not start to become noticeable to studios until the 80s. The success of Cutie Honey in similar series that objectify women demonstrated.
Oh yeah, it objectifies women, Ellie. God, we're ticking all the boxes of the shit that triggers me. We're ticking. dumb objectification theory bullshit. Yeah.
studios that accommodating to otaku audience rather than women provides them with profitable outcomes. So, sexualizing characters give money, not sexualizing characters and empowering women instead does not bring money. Some of the
Okay, all right, but again, I would argue that there are plenty of female otaku that like again, she even kind of like hints at that when she was like, "Oh yeah, women have the male gaze too, right?" Like it's not just like God, oh, I hate it so much.
first magical girl series, such as Creamy Mommy, exemplified the belief that the magical girl.
Oh, look at. Okay, so this is actually a citation from the actual book.
Kimiko.
Finally, fucking finally. If the classic magical girl's dilemma, magic is a power of liberation on one hand and domestic duties on the other, stemmed from women's split life across a turning point prior to marriage. These new magical girls reached an extreme by delaying magic that is female maturity, including romance and sexuality. The magical girls, this is the highlighted part, the magical girl's true goal becomes the eternal deferral of growth and their task to just be cute and young. See figure 2. The anime philosophy goes hand in hand with the commercial culture of childish idols and Hello Kitty-based culture merchandise that rapidly spread in the early 1980s in Japan. This cute trend, which describes as a kind of rebellion or refusal to cooperate with established social values and realities, incited the magical girls as well into a post-industrial practice of indulgence and consumption of cute images.
So this paints a very conflicting and complicated image, like that. Yes, the expectation of getting married, getting children, and stay in the house and cleaning for the rest of your life is not a very
it's not an appealing prospect.
No,
it's not...
and having fun adventure with magic all day is far more exciting. So that's the magical girl.
And being like, sexually, I don't want to say sexually promiscuous because that's not what it's saying.
No, because in this offer specifically says that that these magical girls are denying female maturity, romance, sexuality. So
yeah. So it's like the sexual element is like an immaturity in a sense, right? It's
or
like
just
kind of
never, never going to be present. It's not a part of their lives.
Like think of it from this perspective, right? Like from an American perspective, it's like you have your 20s, right? Which is often seen as you go to college and you go partying and wasted and you fuck around, right? And then it's like by the time you're 30 or 35, right? That's when you're supposed to have figured shit out. You're supposed to have settled down, gotten married and had kids, right? By the time you're 30, right? Is supposedly at least in the modern context, I know that if you actually look at the statistics for this, people are actually getting hooked up a lot older now, in their 30s and 40s.
Money,
right?
houses is expensive and all.
Yeah, there's a lot. I'm not going to get into all of that because it is complicated and it is a bit of a fucking rabbit hole. But the point is more relating it to what's being said here, right? I would argue that the sexuality aspect is not necessarily just we want to appeal to men by objectifying the woman. It's supposed to be a representation of that kind of partying in your 20s, wearing the sexy outfit to the dance, looking beautiful, looking cute, right? Kind of stuff that you're supposed to kind of grow out of, right? When you it's almost okay, now it's time for you to fucking put all that shit away and be the housewife in the conservative dress, right?
Yeah.
You had your fun, you fucked around, but now you've got to actually do your duty as a
baby
part
factory.
Of the family.
Be the baby factory.
and when you and if you look at it because in the Japanese context, there's a lot of that. I know one of the things with the Japanese and LGBT stuff is that they're permissive of the LGBT stuff as long as it's like kept behind closed doors and it doesn't affect like the family image.
Yeah.
But then there was always the expectation of, oh, you have to grow out of that. Now you have to find a man and, you know, do the family, right? Continue the bloodline, right? Like, yeah, you can have your like fuck boy on the side, right? Like you can have your like, you know, pretty femboy whatever that you bum fuck on the side. Just don't like
bring it to the
advertise that
family
everywhere.
gatherings. Don't make pictures together. Don't show it on your Instagram.
And it was a duty bound thing. That's kind of hinted at in this like excerpt, right? It was a duty bound. You have to do this for the family, right? You're like, you know, we will let you do your gay shit as long as you know, you have to, like, it's like a transactional type thing, right? You get to do your gay shit, but you also have to do your responsibility to the family. And so when, like, the way I'm interpreting this excerpt, right, is that the magical girl is essentially a fantasy of fuck your duty, fuck your stuff, I am sexy, I am going to save the world with my power, right? I am, you know, I want to do this kind of stuff, right?
More of a, at least this offer, this part says it's not even, it's a kind of a silent rebellion. It's kind of, you know,
silent rebellion,
quiet quitting or something.
Yeah, I am going to quiet quit from Baby Factory, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, let's get.
Girls' true goal becomes the eternal deferral of growth and their task to be just cute and young. Magical Girl series from the 70s and 80s focused on young, cute girls who used magic to turn into teenage girls. At that time, it was a common trope for the series to end with the magical girl giving up her magic as she has realized that her true magic is her shoujo, aka her girlhood. Her adolescence is free of any obligations and expectations. She's not expected to get married, have kids, have a career, own a home, while denying adulthood is a rebellion against the expectations of women in Japanese society.
Yeah, exactly.
Focusing on the magic of childhood also highlights and encourages moe from the viewer, as young girls are now seen as the ideal. While series like Creamy Mommy are not directly explicit, they're full of sexual innuendos. I mean, like that title, Creamy Mommy, they all...
Okay.
Who knows? I mean, creamy can just be sweet, right? Sweet cream.
Yeah, like cream and stuff. Yeah.
Mommy might be, you know.
I'll be back in a sec. I'm gonna get another drink.
Oh no, I mean,
so you entertain the chat.
Oh no, hi chat. Yes, I never watched or read anything from Chaos Child. I did play, you know, a visual novel, a bit of Chaos Head. I didn't get far. I never finished a single route or anything. But anyway, mommy might imply something, but I don't know. I don't know the show. I haven't seen a single episode. This is the most seconds I've ever seen of it. And I would trust this interpretation if the previous definitions weren't so shoddy. I mean, she gained some of my trust back just because she accurately, we agree on what that article said. The rebellion against getting older and being Baby Factory. But it's not enough to, trust on anything. Although it's a... sorry, I'm reading what's on the screen. Will pop up. Will come up soon. It's also not very relevant to the magical modification of the magical girl, though. But yeah, maybe in like another 6 minutes I'll go back to trusting her, but up till this point, not yet. I'm pretty sure I read at one point the entirety of the Anime Machine, which goes in super depth. About
the chat entertained? Have you entertained the chat?
I engaged with 5-0 when I said I played Chaos Head, but never but not Chaos Child. But I was talking about
see.
trust, and that she gained a little bit by
So
accurately uncoding the paper that she put on screen, and that we agreed with it.
So the issue I've got currently with this, yeah, she's being very silly.
Yeah.
I think that just assuming. I think the problem is like assuming intent a little bit because why it being called like cream honey. I really do not think that they did that as like a sexual innuendo. You know,
I mean, I don't know. Mommy might be, but I don't know anything about the show, and she doesn't
that's
really
the
have
problem,
any.
yeah.
She doesn't have any really laid out any themes or symbolism in the show itself for me to go, oh yes, you're right.
Yeah, and that's a big problem. I've always talked about how it's really annoying when these YouTubers try and like they basically do a bro, just trust me, you know, like I know what I'm talking about. Please, bro, just trust me. It's like no, I don't really trust you. I kind of would like a bit of context here. And again, I don't feel like they would have named it. Because the show is like again if that's the one I'm thinking of, I think that was the one where it's like mentioned in the Moe Manifesto, where it's like they made that they didn't make that to be like a sexual show. They made it because they were trying to sell a fucking toy, right? It's like Transformers, right? They made Transformers because they wanted to sell the toy, right? And that doesn't like take away from like the artistic merit of it or anything, right? But it does. Like it is the necessary context to kind of understand sort of why it might be made the way that it's made, right?
Yeah.
Like it probably that probably influenced the production way more than this idea that they for some reason made it really sexual for like reason. Like it's almost like steel underpants something profit, right? Like there's a missing component. There's a missing thing here that we need to kind of figure out. But anyhow, let's say
also make use of the bank system. Bank system is the reuse of frames to help save money. This again goes back to postmodernism, just the reuse of images over and over again.
No, it's not at all.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's fucking dumb.
People have used reused bricks for houses. People built. There were a lot of castles.
We reuse timber all the fucking time because wood is like a great fucking material that you could like as long as it's like in good condition, you could just reuse it for something else.
We had a lot of castles, and when castles became obsolete because we had cannons, we were like, oh, let's not waste all those bricks building a castle. Just let's take the bricks and build an entire town out of it. There's way more handy.
Yeah.
And that's postmodernism I hear.
It's postmodernism, yeah. And also again, there's this weird like, oh, they did this, like they reused it to save money or whatever. Yeah, because why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? Right? Like I don't like it kind of reminds me of like video games where they're like, oh, they reused like the same texture in the second game or something, right? Why wouldn't you? Like if it's like a rock, like, oh, does it really matter that the rock it's the same rock model as like the first game, right? Like the background thing, like of course they're not gonna just remodel an entirely new fucking rock.
There was like a secret, right? So there's a secret in either Elden Ring or the new, Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, Zelda games.
Of them, yeah.
Where every rock in the game is the same rock, just different sizes and orientations. So they just So if you're there's a rock on the side of the road. That rock is just a different side of the rock than the rock slightly down the road. And also different, and 50% smaller and rotated like 15 degrees that way and that way. Super economical. You only ever need to load in one model for the game and it's done. Brilliant. Wouldn't have thought of it myself, but sure. Go
and
ahead,
that's what I mean.
This
is such a dumb argument. It's even more so when it's like, okay, like nowadays we have the technology, Ellie. We can do better than one frame man. Okay, right? Like we can like make animation a lot more effectively and a lot more efficiently. We have more tools at our disposal. Back in those days, they're drawing these fucking frames by hand, right? They're fucking making these week by week, fucking hour by hour. They are sitting on that desk with their backs hunched over that desk, drawing every individual fucking cell on those fucking things, right? No fucking shit they're gonna reuse them. Like, what, they're just gonna make the fucking thing once, right? And then just never use it again? Are you fucking insane? Right? Do you know how many fucking hours it took to make that fucking anime girl transformation sequence you like so much? Right? Come on. Come on.
Also,
Like, that's so silly.
Have you seen by any chance the thing about that human character in Winnie the Pooh walks up a hill, and there was like Jungle Book, that boy walks up a hill. They're the same
like
animation.
Disney reusing shit all the time, yeah.
So that's everybody uses.
Yeah, because again, and it's because like they fucking like back in those days, right? Back in that. Yeah, that shit was expensive to make, and it took time to make. It was not like you couldn't just like you couldn't just AI generate your in between frames or something, right? You had, yeah. Oh man. Oh my god. It's very weird. So anyhow, let's continue.
In matches, this technique is often used for the transformation sequence. This use of the bank system highlights the transformation of an innocent moe character into a seductive bisoujo character, thus appealing to the otaku gaze. So we got moe, and then we got bisoujo. Boom, we got both parts of the otaku gaze in one.
What a fucking dumb argument. Like, okay, so because they make the transformation scene once, right? Okay. And then they reuse that over and over again. Therefore, because the transformation scene is like sexy or whatever, or something, right? That is otaku gaze, male gaze, commodification of the anime girls. Right? Is, I guess, the point. So dumb. It's just so dumb.
It's not thought out. It's not thought through, I would say.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's not very thought out, and it's not. It's not very like. Yeah, I guess that's it. Really, like it's just not really well thought out, and it doesn't make sense because it relies on a shaky foundation, right? Because in order for the point to actually work, you have to run under the same BIOS, right? That is, they are reusing the anime because it is part of the bank system and not just because that shit was fucking expensive. And why would they like?
But even if it was part, I don't care if it's part of the bank system. It's kind of, it's not because of a postmodern otaku gaze thing. It was, I'm not doing that again.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it's like she's acting as if like the animation is supposed to be like disposable, right? Like you use the scene once and then you never use it again. Right? You just toss that shit into the trash bin after you. It's like, oh, we'll use that magical girl sequence. Guess we have to remake it from scratch again for the next episode. Like, fucking course they're not gonna do that. What the fuck are you talking about? Doesn't make any like, it doesn't even have to be like specifically because of like the money and the time thing. It just doesn't make sense to do that.
No,
it's just illogical to do that. And so if you're running under the assumption that they're doing that for like some nefarious purpose, right? It's, again, if you apply Occam's razor to a lot of these things, they just fall apart. It just completely it's gone. Doesn't make any sense. But anyway, let's keep
in the OG Magical Girl series, like Creamy Mommy. It is important to note that both Cutie Honey and Creamy Mommy anime were made by men. Go Nagi created Cutie Honey, and Studio Parrot, which was founded by Yuji Nunakawa, created Creamy Mommy. Representations in popular...
Oh, look. Okay. Girls in Japanese, but Japanese concert. concept of girlhood in Japan, as elsewhere in the world, is a modern construction after Japan ended centuries of isolation in 1868. Committed to Western style. The idea of an adolescence emerged. Skills of privileged background, visible in public time because symbols of modernity. From the emergence of these girls and school today, representations in pop culture sutured by and aimed at men have depicted girls as a symbolic. Alright, I guess. Don't have a lot to say about that. I mean, yep, okay.
This is a bit grandstand. This is your summary in which you later explain more, and this is too.
Well, let's see what she's going to actually use this for.
Culture created by and aimed at men have depicted girls as symbolic of modernity and changing mores.
So, but wait a minute. Like, so just because these anime girl shows were created by men, right? Like, what does she think that men are like all a fucking hive mind or something? Like, like I don't think that really like matters again, especially in the context of again, they were commissioned by a toy company to make the show, right? Like it's not like
yeah, I mean
the guy. It's not like the guy. It's not like the guy was like thinking to himself while he was masturbating or something, and was like, "Oh man, I should make creamy, I should make creamy mommy. Oh yeah, hell yeah." That'll make me a bunch of money, right? Like that's not how this. Again, if you can't like remove this from the historical context, right? You have to acknowledge the fact that this was initially created, or at least this one anime, right, was created with the like sole expectation of selling a product. It was an advertisement, right? They were commissioned to make it, right? It wasn't like an anime original thing like Madoka, right? Where you could argue they were doing things in certain ways to appeal to certain audiences. There's a stronger argument, is what I'm saying, right? With this, I feel like this is just getting into some really weird territory here, right? Like a lot of assumptions of intent, a lot of this is clearly what was meant by this, even though the reality of the situation is like not like it doesn't add up, right?
And I'm
like,
not getting any big arguments from this excerpt just yet. This is your intro. This is where you grab your attention. This isn't explaining anything.
And she's using it to try and like prescribe an intent to the authors because they're men, which is, I mean, that's a little bit sexist. I'm not gonna lie. a little bit, a little sexist, just a little bit.
I wouldn't, what was it? Appealing to authority is a bad reason.
It's a fallacy for a reason. Yeah, it's a fallacy for a reason.
It's a fallacy if you're using the wrong authorities. This is, look what this other person said, which is not what I'm saying, but I'm using it to say that what I'm saying is what Deborah over here is saying, and therefore I am right because Deborah didn't say the thing I said, but she agrees with me, promise.
Alright, well, let's...
As alluring but dangerous and threatening to masculinity, the family, and to the nation itself. Magical girls reject modernity and therefore become a threat to men, as she has rejected marriage and a family. In response to this threat, animation studios took advantage of the otaku culture and created magical girls who are considered bisoujo and or elicit feelings of moe for male audiences.
Okay, now we're just getting into conspiracy theory shit. The council of anime saw the magical girls as a threat to the traditional system of marriage, I guess, or something.
They figured out how to made.
Yeah, they saw that the women were getting out of the kitchen, and that was bad, and so the council of wizards that create the anime have decided that all of the magical girls must become sluts, and that will solve the problem. We'll make magical girls a male thing. It's so fucking. I hate it when people do this shit because they don't just do it with this, right? They do it with all kinds of shit, like the Cool Japan,
Oh yeah.
stuff. Like they make it into this like, oh, it's some grand conspiracy, right? To get you to like forget about war crimes or whatever. It's like, no, this isn't a grand conspiracy. They didn't listen, they did not steal the magical girls away from you. Okay? They did not. It was not your. First off, it wasn't yours to begin with, right? That's the first thing. And the second thing is like they didn't. They're not like getting into like a room with cigars, right? And like they're having a yap about, haha, woman, am I right? Ha, let's it'll be a funny meme. Let's just take these magical girls they like and turn them into male eye candy, right? Let's that'll teach those women, right, Ellie?
Yeah, and I don't know. I don't think that Cutie Honey was ever for the shoujos. If I'm seeing a lot of it, and it's like, hey, look, pretty women fighting crime and getting naked a lot of the time, or in bikinis or something. I don't think that Cutie Honey was ever targeted as. I'm doubting that Cutie Honey was ever explicitly, for the shoujo, for the young children, for young girls, because I don't know. Is she falling for a trap because it's cartoons? It's for children, because Mickey Mouse back in the day was doing drugs and alcohol and killing people in the streets because that was what people were doing back in those days, in those 1930s or whatever, and Great Depressions and all that stuff. Afterwards, of course, Mickey Mouse got his friendly child image, but before that, he was a hardcore alcoholic.
Yeah, on the boat. Yeah.
And whatnot. Yeah, in those days. So, just because it's old doesn't mean it's more for children or, more innocent. No, it can be far more, hardcore. And
yeah.
I say Mickey Mouse is alcoholic because, back in those days, there were cartoons about how bad their lives were. That the only jobs were begging and getting drunk. Those were your job options.
Yeah, people look back at things with rose-tinted glasses.
Yeah.
All the time. But getting back to the video, right? Yeah, like I really do get tired of this, like, everything has to be some conspiracy theory, right? Like this everything is like shady Illuminati just like got into a room and decided to do a thing. It's like, no, that's not. I don't think that's what happened. I think like creatives are like individual people with their own like ideas and mindsets, and they could decide to do things. Like they can do things that sorry about that. They can do things that are in line with the market, right? Like appealing to certain demographics and stuff, or they can just do their own thing. If you have creative freedom, that's the magic of creative freedom. You can make whatever the heck you want to make, and if it sells, it sells. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Right? But at the end of the day, that it is what it is. And so I don't think that it's like, oh, you suddenly have this conspiracy. I think it's okay. Maybe they just wanted to create a sexy character. Occam's razor again. Like simplify it. It doesn't need to all be a thing. But anyway, let's keep going. We're almost at the end of the section. We're almost on chapter 3. So let's.
Portraying women for the top takes away woman's threatening power toward men, thus taking away her original meaning and changing her to just a source of voyeurism and pleasure.
Here we go. Here we go, Ellie. I'm gonna try not to kill you. I'm gonna try my best. Like I might stab you a couple of times.
Sure, go ahead and try.
Because we argue about this all the fucking time. Every time the male gaze and the female gaze and shit comes up, we're always, like we did at the beginning of the stream, we're always trying to kill each other, so.
With otaku culture in full force, how did women take back the genre? The iconic series Sailor Moon played a strong part, as well as the cult classic Revolutionary Girl Utena. Sailor Moon didn't show up until the 90s, and when it did, it revolutionized the genre. The series popularized transformation sequences and created the standard of the magical girl power system. Sailor Moon changed the transformation formula to one of accessories and makeovers rather than physical change.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess. Oh, hang on. Let's see.
I don't know.
Mayoko
Maybe.
Takuchi,
Sorry.
the author
Just
of Sailor Moon.
small thing. Maybe it's the bias because I don't like the video thus far, but I don't. It's too. I'm not getting too enough information. Just saying it revolutionized. Tell me how.
Yeah, and I don't really see Sailor Moon as like a revolutionary kind of thing. It's more like an evolution of what came before already, right? Like it still has panty shots and other suggestive elements in it. It's not like desexed, right? In a sense. And
Although
there's
I mean,
definitely
like,
I wonder. I'm wondering if what she's trying to say here is like, oh, it was made by a woman, therefore it was good, right? That's just being reductive again. But
what
like,
I was just going to quickly mention that, there could just be more attitude from those skirts are short, and in this angle their panties would be visible. Therefore, I'm going to draw it. There, less consideration of, not as much so that let's pick out angles where we can draw the underwear.
well, there's the assumption of like they're like even in the past they were doing the same. I'm not gonna get too deep in the weeds on it, but like I just think that it's like again I feel like she's kind of. I'm wondering if like the overhyping of Sailor Moon has to do with the fact that it was more of a thing stateside, right? Like it's probably the first actual interaction these people had with magical girls, so it's the one that they kind of relate to more, right?
So
even if she's talking about the stuff from like the 70s and 80s or the 60s or whatever, right? I have to wonder if because like their first interactions with the genre were probably through Sailor Moon localized and through a Western lens. I wonder if that's kind of like why she's saying it's like it's almost like she is acknowledging the history, right? But it's almost like if you remember the memes where it's like no games came out between like Super Mario and like it feels like that kind of thing where it's like we're skipping a few like stepping stones here, right? And that we should probably be talking about that we're probably like in the lineage line towards Sailor Moon, right? That could be talked about. And again, not talking about Precure as well, right? Like that is again not that is a very big misstep here.
So I was going to say that.
Okay, I'll let you go. Yeah,
just the briefest amount, because that video I could keep talking about right now, third time, one before the stream, people. Talks about how Sailor Moon got into America, and was like they tried with stuff with like parasites and whatnot, and it completely failed, and other stuff, and nothing worked. And when they noticed that, hey, this one small thing we put into bookstores kind of sells well. Oh, what is it? Sailor Moon? Alright, time to print 1 billion books of Sailor Moon, because that's our in. Oh, the girls are buying it. Time to buy 50 more shoujo titles to ship straight to America, because... And secretly, that is what saved...
we gotta get it. There's a Twitter clip about, which is actually really, it's not funny, but it's an interesting Twitter clip. There's like, it's like the credits to Serial Experiments Lane, and you have this guy. I'll go grab it, and because I know I can find it easy because I listened to someone. It's kind of like this. Yeah, here it is. I've got it. And I'll put it in the, because I know the bot doesn't do videos.
No, you just keep it a secret between us, maybe.
Yeah, we'd have to kind of fucking do some fuckery to get it up on stream. But it was basically like this guy, like the guy's like hyping up, like, oh yeah, we got the Serial Experiments Lane anime. We're over on NBC. We are the only TV channel bringing you these revolutionary, like these revolutionary new Japanese animations and shit, right? Hang on, let me see if I can the chat. I just have to go.
No, I mean, it is. I see an old, bald man with a mustache saying, "Oh, we and in the credits of Zero Lanes, Spectrum."
One of the most interesting.
Spectrum.
One of the most interesting, highly stylized. Call now, buy your VH. Yeah, it's very good. It's very interesting. Very interesting. I know we kind of got a bit off topic, but yeah,
But anyway,
I looked it in the chat.
that's basically
it's in the chat. It's in the chat forever. So there you go.
The shoujo saved manga in the US. That's kind of the thing.
Right. Okay. Let's continue.
And Toei Studios made hyperfemininity a positive rather than a negative. Hyperfemininity is often seen as a weakness. It's stereotypically used as a way to visually show that a woman character is not the brightest, she's not the smartest, not a lot going on in here. She's pretty. Sailor Moon
So, kind of confused because that doesn't sound like a definition of hyperfemininity. Like, what trope are you actually talking about there? Like the dumb blonde trope, or like the ditzy girl trope, or like is that hyperfemininity? Like, I'm kind of confused because to me, like when I think about, I actually don't, again, that's the thing. I don't know what I would consider to be like hyperfemininity. I'm kind of drawing a blank. Like, what would be like? Because the way she's talking about it as if it's like, again, like the first thing that comes to mind is like the blonde, ditzy blonde, right? Like blonde girls or whatever. It's like the thing that comes to mind. But then when she's like, that doesn't match with the like actual word hyperfemininity. Like, kind of like here's the question, right? Is what's her name from Digimon? Is it May? I can't remember. The one with the hat. The one with the hat that's like fashion kind of girl.
The pink,
right?
the pink cowboy outfit.
The pink cowboy outfit girl, yeah. Is she an example of like hyperfemininity in comparison to like Sora, who is like a more of a tomboy kind of girl, right? Is like that the compare and contrast here? And if so, like how are you going to argue that she is like weak and dumb or blonde or whatever? Because like she's shown as being like, well, maybe not confident, but she's shown as having her like moments of strength, right? Through her, because I think wasn't her one kindness? I can't remember. Her like thing is kind of, can't remember which one it was, or serenity, or sincerity. I can't remember. Someone will correct me in the chat, probably. The Digimon people in the chat. But like, yeah, I'm drawing a blank here because she's being vague about what she means, and I think it's because she's almost like expecting people to already know what she means, right? Like she's speaking to the choir.
Kind of that's the vibe that I got in the like. I don't need to explain myself, kinda.
We're all on the same page, right? You know, we're all academics that went to feminist studies or whatever.
Or the YouTube.
We all know
the YouTube Academy.
The YouTube Academy for Gender Studies. We're all part of the same whatever, right? But yeah, it's good.
flipped this stereotype on its head and made femininity empowering. As a woman, it is so awesome to see Sailor Scouts gain power from their jewelry and dresses. And like, yeah, I love jewelry and dresses, and they make me feel powerful. They make me feel so confident. So to see that represented with literal magical powers, love that. Iconic. Rather than looking down the Scouts for getting dressed up to fight crime, everybody looks up to them and sees them as heroes. This is illustrated in the diegesis, as within the show, it's canon that Sailor V has video games and movies about her, illustrating that people within the universe look up to the Scouts and idolize them. Additionally, Sailor Moon viewers look up to the Scouts as well. Despite the series premiering over
Sorry, I'm gonna get back a bit. I want to see that.
Look up to the Scouts and idolize them. Additionally, Sailor Moon viewers look up to the Scouts as well.
I thought that one in the middle was a dude. I thought the one in the middle was a dude. The one at the top.
Yeah, maybe. Well,
I thought that was a dude, and I was
they're all women.
Look, you slay, King. You slay, you Giga Chad. You wear that sailor outfit.
Although I do think that Tuxedo mask is also worn by a woman.
Maybe, yeah. I don't know. I just, again, like I said, I'm like, yeah, you go, man. You be a Chad. fucking slay that shit.
Despite the series premiering over 30 years ago, Sailor Moon merchandise, cosplay, museums can easily be found today. Sailor Moon's use of hyperfemininity is a rebellion against a stereotype that dressed-up women are dim-witted and unsuccessful. Revolution Girl Utena came out about 5 years after Sailor Moon's initial release. It's known for being a deconstruction of the magical girl genre by subverting common tropes and traditional gender norms. This series, while directed by a man, focuses...
Ugh, Ellie. Well, directed by a man. It's directed by a man. I really, like... Can you keep the sexism under wraps for like 5 minutes, girl? Like, come on. I get it. You hate men, right? You hate men. You think we're like all disgusting, like fucking troglodytes or whatever. But like, come on. Like, just because it was directed by a man doesn't like discredit anything and isn't like indicative of anything. I feel like a lot of these videos would go a lot better if they did like tone down the obvious like implications of, you know, them just hating fucking men. Just fucking seething hatred of those goddamn males that fucked up everything, you know? Ugh.
Focuses on women and encourages change around women's oppression. It follows Utena as she tries to save Anthe, a magical girl, from a cycle of oppression and abuse. In Utena, Anthe wants to give up her magic, but the men around her force her to keep it and use it to revolutionize the world. What it means to revolutionize the world is different from character to character, but for Akio, the main antagonist, that means to reclaim his lost power and control. The series ends with Utena saving Anthe. Anthe loses her powers and Utena disappears from the world. Interestingly, this goes back to the early Magical Girl series, as those end with their magic being given up. While those series focused on elementary-age girls, Anthe is in high school, and the series ends with her leaving the school grounds to go to the outside world, the adult world, to search for Utena. The true magic for Anthe isn't her adolescence, but rather her adulthood and freedom that brings her. The true magic for Anthe isn't her childhood, it's her adulthood, and how that represents freedom and brings her new life.
Yeah, I'm not pausing because I don't really have any, like,
Yeah,
this.
I mean, this is the most, you know, I
I'm gonna
understand.
I'm gonna Mother's Basement explain the plot of Utena to you. You know.
I mean, this is, I was kind of missing this before because this are now I understand what is happening now, why it is relevant.
Yeah, and again, I feel like,
although of course it could maybe better because I'm not interested. I'm informed, but
yeah.
not
While I
engaged.
appreciate the recap,
yeah.
While I appreciate the recap, I feel like you could have done this a little bit more concisely. Yes, that probably. I think it's going on a little bit long.
Yeah.
I would like to see her tie this into like the point here.
Life choices and opportunities that her childhood didn't provide her. For Anthe, adulthood means being able to choose her own path in life, whether she wants to get married or not, what career to have. Anthe's life choices were made for her during adolescence, but now as an adult, she is truly free. Anthe's magic comes from her womanhood, not her childhood. This goes against what early Magical Girl series did, because their true magic came from their childhood and they rejected adulthood. Revolution Girl Utena is just...
Well, yeah, but I think an important thing to bring up here is, again, the cultural context in which these shows were made, right? Like we mentioned before, the shows in like the 60s, 70s, and 80s were made in a time when expectations of women were extremely fucking different culturally than what they were in. When was Utena? Utena was, I think it was on the screen, wasn't
yeah,
it? Like
1990 at somewhere.
1997, like like end of coming towards the year 2000, right? I feel like you have to think about it from like the historical context. It makes sense back then for a magical girl show to kind of like be like, because again, if you made like a cult, like let's say you made like the whole reject adulthood, remain child thing today, right? I don't think it would have as much impact as it would back then, if that makes sense.
But
right?
also because those shows were the Creamy Mummy show was for children. It was a children's show. So
yeah, Utena's not made for children. Yeah,
no,
like it's
and if you were, of course, today we have our own Remain Child shows. We call those isekai.
yeah, exactly.
And
those, not even that.
And those people who are 40 get isekai and remain children or grow up to be
and it's not,
again.
and it's not even that. But there's also like a lot of you have a lot of people that want more. They want more anime that's like focused on adulthood, right? They want their adult characters, right? They want where is my anime set in college, right, or whatever, right? And that is because I'm not going to get into like the whole like generational thing and Gen X, Gen Z, Gen whatever the fuck, but there is definitely this proclivity of like the Gen X, like 30 to 40-year-old who hasn't actually fucking grown up and wants the stuff that they grew up with, but they don't like. They feel insecure about watching kid shit or teenage shit, right?
Yeah.
And so they're demanding that the kid shit become about them, right? Like they want the kid shit to become about them because they're like that, and almost taking away the kid shit from the kids. I think the best example of this I've seen recently is Adventure Time, right? I don't know, you probably don't know about like the new Adventure Time that's coming out.
I saw some things about this female human, as I know a bit about the
something
show.
like that.
And she has some depression or something. I don't. Does it?
The vibe that I get from that is that it is made by like a 35 to 40-year-old woman who was on Tumblr in like 2014 and has never fucking matured out of that and is creating a show not for kids but a show for her, right? Right? Because from the clips that I've seen, a lot of the drama and the conflict in that show seems to be, she's like getting like she's attracted to this guy but he's like abusive and he's hurting her and this is totally not something that happened in like the director's life or something, right? And it's totally not like and here's the thing, I don't have a problem with that kind of story getting made and I don't have a problem with it. However, this is meant to be Adventure Time. This is a Wendy's, right? What was Adventure Time? Adventure Time was, if you boil it down, right, and you Occam's razor it, right, you boil down Adventure Time, it is an adventure story about a boy and his dog in a fantasy world going on wacky hijinks, right? And obviously it gets a bit more dark and serious and stuff, implications and apocalypses and, stuff starts to get a bit more serious as it goes on. But the core idea of the show, from what I understand, is it is about that journey of maturity, right? You have Finn, who starts off in the show as, having his adventures with his dog and, oh yeah, cool, save the princess, fun times, haha. And then as it goes on, darker themes start to come up, starts to mature, it matures with the audience, if that makes sense, right?
Yeah, I've heard
mature with it.
I have heard the criticism that later series just become an exercise in torturing him in emotional and physical ways.
And again, I haven't watched it. I'm just going off what I've observed, right, and what I've seen from video essays, I guess, which is not a good point of reference. But like from what I've observed about the show, right, it again, if you boil down the basic concept, it is a story about adventuring with your dog, right? Then you look at the modern incarnation, the new one with the female protagonist. Again, what if you boil that down? What is it actually going to be about? It's about a fucking relationship drama? Like it's a modern fucking sitcom? Like what is going on here, right? Like who is the actual, like if we want to talk about demographics, right? Who is the actual what is this? Who is this made for actually, right? Is it made for kids or is it made for fucking 30-year-old burnout Tumblr woman or something, right?
Well, purely from what I heard, right, this feels more like a continuation where in the last season of Adventure Time, Finn.
Oh yeah,
got-
it's a
just got-
direct sequel. Yeah, from what I've.
in the last season, no, but also just thematic. That in the last season
Hmm.
of Adventure Time, Finn gets a arm amputated and breaks up with this forest girl, wood girl, dryad girl, whatever, and breaks up and is depressed. And now this next show continues about a abusive relationship and depression. So,
Well, again, I'm just going. Again, I fully admit I am just going off impressions, right? Later 5-0.
go ahead. Yeah.
I'm just going off impressions. I don't have full context, right? And I admit that, right? I'm admitting that, right? But when my impression is like, okay, who is this for? I view that as kind of a problem, right? And looping back into the video a little bit, right? Like, I feel like what's sort of happening. Like, how do I tell this back? We've kind of gone off the rails a little bit. We've kind of gone off the rails a little bit, but like, I think the issue I have with this is kind of, again, the culture. You have to look at things in the cultural context, and even their demographics. While not hard and fast rules, you do have to consider, okay, who was this made for? Well, the original shows were made, again, as I've repeated multiple times, to sell toys to kids, right? It was, hey, we have this magic wand, toy, candy dispenser, or whatever thing, right? Whatever it fucking was, I don't fucking remember, right? We have this toy. We want to sell this to young girls. Make us a TV show where the girl uses the thing, right? You have creative freedom to do what you want as long as she uses the wand, right?
Every episode,
magic stuff. Yeah, every episode you gotta have focus on the wand, but other than that, that's all we ask of you, right? Here's a shitload of money, have fun, right? If you look at it from that context, right? If you look at it in that context, right, it makes sense that it would be like, okay, reject adulthood, remain child, keep buying the fucking wand, kiddo, right? Buy new wand, right? Buy different version of wand, right? And then, but if you compare that to Utena, right? Utena was clearly not made with the intent to sell product and to, appeal to different again, it's appealing to different demographics in a different period context, right? And I think she's kind of doing a bit of a disservice by not addressing that, right? Like, the culture in Japan when Utena came out was vastly different to the culture in Japan in the 80s and 90s, right? Well, not the 80s and 90s, but the 60s, because she went all the way back to the 60s, right? Like 60s, 70s, 80s, right? 70s, 80s was very different to the 90s, right? And so, yeah, and even then, I feel like even right now, she's looking at Utena almost from like a modern context, right? Like, she's looking at it from how we view culture now, right? Not how we viewed culture in 1997, right? And I think that's important. So, yeah, I guess I'll cap off with that.
Yeah, let's continue.
To add to it.
No, not really. Or I guess if you want to say, if you want to go from the idea of, hey, look how it was. This is what the consequences are. This is what it meant to us. This is what it now means to us today. You can make old messages relevant today. Context, insight, what it said about society, and all that stuff. But you need to articulate that. You need to actually say that is what you're doing. And to actually recap back to the video, this is just a summary of the events. With a spoiler warning.
Not her childhood. This goes against what early Magical Girl series did, because their true magic came from their childhood and they rejected adulthood. Revolution Girl Utena is just so iconic. Again, it's a deconstruction of the series, especially showed in the ending.
Oh no!
Deconstruction. It is not. It never is.
We need to deconstruct the deconstructions of the deconstructions of the deconstructions of the deconstructions. Okay, you don't understand. You don't understand. You need to deconstruct it.
With Anthea's rejection of her childhood and wanting to move on to adulthood, this really helps to empower both sides of girls and young women. Utena is for older woman, and it makes
Oh, look at that!
Hmm.
Look at that. Yeah, I guess maybe she does understand it. But anyway,
feel comfortable and safe in adulthood, knowing that not everything is going to be so horrible and bleak. They have their own choices they can make, and they will still have freedom, even if that freedom is different from the freedom that they had in their childhood. The struggles Anthony and Utena face are struggles that women face all around the world. Women are often viewed as threatening, but also desirable, and men mitigate that dichotomy by trying to control women. By defying Akio,
oh, here we go. We got another one.
Hey, gentrifying art. Yeah?
Sexualizing here, he sabotages a relationship by seducing, goes so far as the forces of the princess, and confiscate her sword, undermining becoming by defying the current passive princess and struggle. Objectified role duels, Utena as a subject of. She subverts the narratives assigned to her gender.
Alright, so quick
refusing-
context. He is the guy, the Prince Charming, and her in the relation. He is antagonist, sabotages her Utena's relationship with Antfi, the Indian girl kind of that we see, right?
Yeah.
By defining Akio,
Yeah,
Akio wanted for Utena to be the passive princess and to free Antfi, but Utena subverts it by dressing like a prince and fighting, etc., and having a sword and whatnot.
I don't. Seems fine. I guess.
No, I don't see. I also don't see anything majorly like, oh no, that's wrong or anything.
Yeah,
but...
and again, it's sort of like what I mean, I guess we'll see how she's going to use the quote. Let's see.
rejecting the role of the passive princess and struggling to free Anthony from her objectified role in the duels, Utena subverts the narrative assigned to her gender, refusing heterosexual primacy and tirelessly fighting for what can only be called feminist ends. This is seen through how Utena wears the boys' school uniform rather than the girls'. That's a rejection of the male gaze and the gender binary. Also seen through how she develops a queer relationship with Anthony, a theme that is more overt in the retelling movie Adolescence of Utena. Utena and Anthony's relationship goes against the male gaze. They have labeled themselves as non-desirable for the otaku. Their visual cues are not.
Okay, but then
There's
how
a
do you?
bit presumptive, but because girl in military uniform, prince uniform, also very good.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's like it's fucking. I'm kind of reminded of like Task Force Defy and Girls Frontline have like a whole skin set where they're in like just business suits, and it's like the most popular. They made so much fucking money selling those fucking business suits. I think they even talk about it. Like they fucking like they sold so many fucking business suit skins. It's not even fucking funny, right? Like I don't see it as like, oh, it's a big rejection of the theme. I guess you could argue that within the themes of the story, right?
Yeah, that is
like,
kind of the thing.
analysis.
Within the theme of the story,
of an
it's
analysis.
a big rejection.
But if you look at like reality, the real world, people are still gonna find them hot. I'm sorry, I hate to tell you.
Well, those are two different things. I find this
yeah, and
character
that's what
hot
I'm saying. They're two different things. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're two different things. Like and that's why I'm kind of like confused here because it's like I don't feel like the show is this it's this almost conspiratorial thing, like, oh, they designed this specifically because of this and this and this, right? It's like I don't know. But no, let's keep going.
For heterosexual romance. These actions from Utena, plus her final act of saving Anthony, is openly feminist as it encourages non-rigidity for magical girls and women. Utena acts as a warning. It shows the danger and harm of oppressing and objectifying women. Utena's encouragement for adulthood shows that adulthood in itself is magical in a different way than childhood. On the other end, Sailor Moon's hyperfemininity appeals to the female gaze rather than the otaku gaze. The Scout's visual cues are hard to be misinterpreted as a sexual reading. Your changing jewelry and clothes are symbols of power.
Yeah, but they're still transforming in the same fucking way Cutie Honey was transforming, because there's a direct lineage from Cutie Honey to right? We're still like having like a sexualized transformation scene. You could, I get the argument here, right? Like, okay, it's more focusing on the outfit thing, right? I get that. But I do also think you can have the opposite interpretation. And many people have had the opposite interpretation and talked about the opposite interpretation, right? Of it being sexualized, right? So I kind of, this is almost starting to devolve into like a my thing good, your thing bad kind of argument, which I'm always not a fan of.
Understandable.
Yeah, because it's reductive. Because it's like, okay, you personally like Sailor Moon more than Cutie Honey, right? Because I guess you don't like sexuality or something, right? Or whatever, right? That's fine. But that doesn't mean that Cutie Honey doesn't have merit in its own way, right? And it doesn't necessarily, like, it doesn't make it bad, right? You know? And that's why I don't like this whole, like, oh, my sexuality good, your sexuality gross, disgusting, right? That it's very like, why can't we just be like, all sexuality is good? Like, can't we just be like, yeah, we can all be happy. This doesn't have to be a zero-sum game, right? Like,
There was a thing that was I had a thought, but then it went to this and I kind of forgot. Just pretend I had something insightful to say about 5 seconds previously in the video, because I think we kind of are taking long enough on this video, so I'm happy to skip points that I would say otherwise.
We are past the halfway point.
That's a good sign. That's a good sign.
Yeah. We had some good progress this chapter, because it was mostly us listening to the
summary.
And while the Utena transformation.
Oh, sorry, I remembered that too. Just a
Well,
funny note. That magical girl thing that she has is a beer opener.
Oh yeah, I actually have that. Because it's from Loot Crate.
Oh.
Back when I was when I was younger, I actually did subscribe to Loot Crate, and you get like a bunch of random anime shit, right? And so, you get a bunch of random ass anime shit, from Loot Crate, and one of the things in one of them was a like one of the wand, but it's like a can opener or a bottle opener type thing.
I just thought it was funny. That's the only thing I wanted to note. That was my insightful thing.
It's thematic, and and whatever works to hold your mic up, right? Like,
it
works. But anyway, let's continue.
It focuses more on the feminine side of things rather than her body. It focuses more on her nails getting painted and then immediately putting gloves on. But we know her nails are painted, and that is awesome. When my nails are painted, which they're not right now, I feel so good about myself. Utena critiques the early.
So, I think I have an interesting angle on this. I'm doing the caveman, like, flashing the stones together. I have an idea, right? Okay, so she's saying the painted nails and then the gloves going over the painted nails is empowering because, something woman, right? Feminine, whatever. Why is the painted nails thing a feminine thing in the first place?
Culture.
Because yes, but who decides the culture?
Society.
But who's in control of society? Who are the, if we're using the feminist patriarchy angle of things, who's the one coming up? No, well, okay. Let me kind of extrapolate. Let me kind of like extrapolate this a little bit, right? So, what I'm saying here is a lot of the stuff that women do to themselves, right? Like wearing heels, painted nails, blush, makeup, all of that kind of stuff. A lot of that stuff is sort of self-inflicted, right? Because I don't think a lot of men actually do care about a lot of that stuff in general.
It is a kind of an evolution thing, right? Evolution is about catching this. Is not about
mate attraction, right?
No, yeah, but it just evolution is not about running the fastest; it's outrunning the slowest. So
Mm,
if you want to prevent that you're the slowest, if that paint on your nails just gives you the slight edge over somebody else, then you win. So that's kind of the
right,
evolutionary psychological.
but the thing is I'm interested here because I've seen both framing, right? Because the first framing she's got here is basically like her framing is this is empowering to women, whereas I've seen the opposite framing because it's seen as, oh, why are you prettying yourself up, you know, for the male the men, right?
Mhm.
Is painting your nails actually something you're doing for yourself, or is it something you're doing, like you're saying, to give you an edge in the market of, you know, dating or whatever, or attracting male attention, right? And that's why I think this is a little bit more complex than she's sort of letting on here. Like, I don't think it's like all one direction, right? I think there's an argument to be made here that the whole painted nails thing, like, I know I'm honing in on that, but I'm only honing in
Mhm.
on that because that's what she honed in on, right? Because you could apply this to everything. You could apply this to like the Sailor Moon outfit in general, right? And how it looks, and the short skirts, and the stockings, and the gloves, and all of it, right? Like, is that actually about female empowerment, or is it just committing the same sin that she's accusing other things of doing, in being about the commodification of women to attract men through style, right, and fashion and whatnot?
I don't
Because again, you if you
necessarily. I mean, we say it's for attraction. It might just be for social, right? If you want to have
mm,
more friends, it doesn't have to be immediately go to mating. It can just be if you have
okay,
more chance for friendship.
yeah, and that's why I'm saying there's different interpretations here, right? That's why I'm saying I think it's a bit more complex than what's being presented. I think that there's like layers here that I think are missing, right? I think there needs to be kind of like this actual examination on whether or not like is the woman obsession with fashion actually, you know, something that they came up with themselves and do because they, like, cause she mentioned having her nails painted makes her feel good, right? But does that make her feel good because it's a self-actualization thing? Or does it make her feel good for other reasons that she might not even like consciously understand, right? Is kind of what I'm getting at.
Well, I mean, I guess if I grow a beard, as you might imagine,
Yeah, we
and
all do. Yeah.
and everybody in the world, of course.
Yeah, even women grow beards, you
Yeah.
know.
You don't see
Very
them because the
inclusive.
hairs are so thin and soft
Yeah.
that they fall out
Unless you're
before.
playing Horizon Zero Dawn and then you do see it. But anyway, I'll let you.
Anyway, Natsu, when I shave, it's like good shave. And
Mm.
if that is the self actualization and feeling from I shaved today this morning, so soft, so clean. I just feel my soft
But
skin.
Ali, are you doing that because it feels, or are you doing it because you think that being clean shaven will attract the kind of girl that you
And I think
right?
it's more about this skin feels so nice. Look how sharp it is.
I mean, maybe. Like I said, I'm kind of bashing the caveman two rocks together to come up with
Mm.
like a theorem here. I'm not. It's not fully actualized, right? I'd have to probably like look into it more, but I just feel like there's a missing component here, and I feel like there's something that could be like talked about that's not being talked about. But anyway, we're getting close to the
I hope
next
I gave you some
next
insight
chapter.
that shaving might give the same
Shaving is cool. Yeah,
gave the
shaving is cool.
same feeling as doing nails or something.
Yeah, but anyway, let's get to
Really be Sojo and girls by going against gender norms and deconstructing the genre through the acceptance of adulthood and the power of queer love.
oh, here we go.
This
Hey.
Rise of the
dichotomy of some
Seinen.
series being for the otaku gaze, some being empowering for women, and a few deconstructing the genre stayed the relative norm. That is until Madoka Magica came out. Madoka Magica is a long-lasting fan favorite series, and it has left a noticeable, seemingly everlasting change on the magical girl genre. Madoka Magica changed the game. It opened the door for magical.
Was that other magical girl show series, I mean, about where the girl got horribly bullied. I forget the name.
Oh yeah, there's a few. There's a few of those. There's been
Yeah,
a few. I think like I really hate the whole deconstruction thing because it gets really overplayed, right? It gets overused. Like anything that like doesn't strictly follow
a
what
stereotype even.
yeah, like if you don't strictly follow the genre norms to a T, as if the genre norms are supposed to be like a checklist, fucking like I think the term most people use is like TV tropes brain, where you're like just
Yeah,
looking at the tropes and you're just ticking them off, right? Oh, it has this, 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 and this, right? Like if you don't follow the exact fucking like thing to the letter, then it's a deconstruction. When it's like, no, that's not how that works. It's not. And so I feel like this overemphasis on deconstructionism is a little bit. I feel it's reductive a little bit. And I don't know, like, I don't know if I would say that Madoka Magica changed the game per se. Again, I think it was
there's a
influential.
difference between super popular and everybody liked it and it changed the game, right?
Yeah, yeah. Like, I think you could argue it was influential, and there has been stuff like that's been influenced by it, right? Especially now, because I mean, look, it came out like literally a decade ago, right? Like by this point, people that have wanted to copy it or make their own thing because they like it have already done so, right? So I feel like it has been influential, but at the same time, I think there's like an over hyping almost going on of it. But let's see what she says.
Girl series to explore darker aesthetics and grittier themes. It's applauded for being a deconstruction of the magic girl genre through
Oh,
its
look,
critique.
this is the TV
God,
tropes.
God, just take a fucking drink every time she says deconstruction.
Well, it's only
Fucking
2 times
wasted.
thus far, right?
No, well, no, counting like before, because she kept calling Utena a deconstruction. She's like
Oh.
deconstruction. So she said it a few times now. So
It's a version of the typical beats the genre follows. Most importantly, the first 2 episodes start off as a typical magical girl anime, but the 3rd episode ends with the main character dying by decapitation. The surprise twist of brutal, unforgiving violence is what the series is most known for. And it's also a seinen. So, yeah. Cater towards men, not...
it's catered towards men, Ali. It's catered towards men. It's only no girls allowed in the Madoka Magica fandom.
Such
gonna
a
put the
shame.
sign on the
Nothing you
door.
can do.
Yeah, no girls could ever like Madoka Magica. It would never happen. Ever. Never happen. Oh god, I fucking just it's so frustrating because you could make an argument about whether or not it is more appealing to men or women, right? Or like you could actually make an argument about, but she's being so surface level. It's just, oh, the tag on like my anime list or something says seinen, therefore it's a seinen. It's made for men, right? Whereas I wouldn't even I would consider like seinen like it's less about the male part and more about the adult part, right?
Yeah.
It's less about this is targeted at men and more it's targeted at adults. It's like you were saying with like Kaguya-sama and whatnot being is Kaguya-sama a male only? Is it catering to males?
No,
right?
I mean, seinen, I mean, just like shonen, right? Shonen is about action, battles, tournament arcs. That is kind of the shonen. And that's more like genre descriptions almost than an actual...
Yeah.
And of course, it is... It's a grouping of a vibe because genre goes a bit far just because there's so much variation in your tournaments. Is it sports? Is it fights? Is it mental, and then we got like then we have your Izumas. Then we got our Flame of Rekka, an old super classic battle tournament arc shonen, and then we have Death Note, which is battle of the minds constantly. So if you want your battles every week, every release of your magazine, yeah, that's your shonen. And if you want your seinen, yeah, that's kind of your more adult. You can mention having sex and have condoms and whatnot. You can do that in a seinen.
You have a bit more like freedom, right? It's almost like this would be like looking at like Piggy ratings, right? Like E, A, AO, PG, and being like, okay, everything that's PG is made for men, right? Like it's a very weird way to look at the world, right? And I'm getting a bit frustrated by it. But let's keep going.
Women, because women don't like violence, not at all. Not like there's a bunch of women who love the MCU and stuff. Anyways, Madoka Magica.
They're wrong.
Again, like yeah, but they're wrong. No, but again, like she thinks that like it's on the box it says for men or it's like adult male, right? And she's like, oh no, woman, like it's not like it's like she's so close to getting it, but she doesn't, right? Like she's so close to like realizing that it just doesn't fucking matter. Like the fucking like she's so close to like the fact that it's called a seinen or a shonen or whatever doesn't actually fucking mean anything, right? And then she just still keeps acting like it means something. Like for some reason the creators made the show specifically for men because it has that label on it, right?
I mean, Retsu,
so
back in the day, I picked up randomly from the shop Red River manga. Naruto, it turns out it's a it's a huge shoujo, capital S, with a girl who gets transported into ancient classical Egypt, where she is picked up by the Prince of Egypt because she's such a mysterious girl, and he is a bit demanding and maybe even abusive, but he's also sometimes kind and caring and protects her from the other weirdos who think she makes a good slave. So she's conflicted because he's protecting her, but she also wants to go home, and blah 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 blah. And you know, nerds. So this is the shoujo setup, right? This is what you kind of expect from your romance drama-ish thing. Retsu, did I see that there was a shoujo and immediately return it? No, this is not for me. Sorry, I didn't notice, dear shopkeep. This product was not meant for me. No, I bought like the second next novels.
It is not meant for my male eyes.
Yes, I'm terribly sorry for this transgression.
Yeah.
I've taken this product for a customer more worthy. But anyway, that silliness aside, watch whatever. I don't care.
Yeah, well, yeah, who gives a shit? Yeah.
It takes advantage of Moe. The characters' round faces portray them as cute, young, and innocent. The character design is meant to draw out affectionate feelings for male viewers, and the dark, gritty, battle action themes reference similar themes seen in popular seinen series. The success and impact the series have had has caused so many Magical Girl series to be made for men. Following series like Magical Girl Raising Project from 2016 and Wonder Egg Priority from 2021 draw inspiration from Madoka Magica with similar character designs and the surprise of brutal violence. Honestly, today, if there is a new Magical Girl series that is not explicitly shoujo or a sequel to a past series, I am expecting the surprise twist of like brutal violence. Like
it's almost like trends happen, but it's not. I really would be interested to know what this chick's reading of like Gushing Over Magical Girls would be. I think it would be very funny.
Yeah, she didn't mention
right,
that.
Because Gushing Over Magical Girls isn't like extremely dark and violent, right? It's it's got a very clear vibe to it, right? And I feel like again, like, yeah, I think there was definitely a period where, stuff that was more dark and gritty did get adapted more, right? Because of Madoka, right? Because that's why it's the same with isekai, right? Like, isekai gets popular, suddenly all of the isekai are getting adaptations, right? And that's, I view that as like, that's they're looking for trends, they're trying to figure out what the next big thing is going to be because they want to get ahead of it. And so I don't. I can understand being jaded because you're not getting the thing that you want, right? Like you want more of a particular vibe and a particular thing, and you're just not getting it. But I do also. I mean, the only thing I can say to that is, just like I'm only getting like itchy through like short form fucking shows these days because no studio wants to actually produce like an actual fucking itchy. You got to harden the fuck up. You got to suck it up. Your shit's not popular anymore. People want the gritty shit.
Yeah, I mean, I said plenty of times that my RTSs, my real-time strategy games, are basically extinct. And unfortunately, the ones that do come out don't appeal to me. So, am I part of the problem? I don't know, but I haven't played an RTS in so long. I kind of this is part of the reason why I switched over to grand strategy games, because 4X games.
It's almost like you found something else to kind of satisfy the same.
Because
right?
grand strategy games it's most of the time is real time with a pause most of the time, instead of 4X or Civilization is turns. Turns is fine, but sometimes I just want to outmaneuver somebody, and that's more fun when I have to account for timing instead of turns. But yeah, you can find your stuff. Maybe it will just look different. Maybe you got.
I mean, I started reading a lot more manga because a lot of this type of stuff that I wanted to kind of get into was it's got manga. I can just go read the manga. I've been having fun reading manga.
It still exists, but maybe elsewhere. You have to look for it.
Yeah. But anyway, let's keep going.
It's not surprising anymore because everything does it. I would honestly be surprised if it was normal. I would be more surprised if it was normal. While new Magical Girl series aimed at girls and women are continuing to be put out.
I think using Crunchyroll as like a fucking example here is not good. It's not great. Not a great metric because Crunchyroll is, it's not like they're licensing everything, right?
Mm-hmm. Also,
it's kind of
shoujo isn't too popular on TV anyway, so you're kind of limited also. And then you go magical shoujo, it's like super limited.
Yeah, she's in shoujo magical girls as her category, right?
Yeah, I mean, if I go isekai, yeah, big category, very popular. But if I then go for drama isekai or something, like, alright, that's way smaller. How many drama isekai are there in Naretsu? I'm not really sure. Mushoku Tensei, that's about it? Anyway, it's kind of a
the popular and most accessible in terms of viewing ability and merchandise availability in the West are Magical Girls.
You got your answer, unfortunately.
Hey! Yes. I love this because it's like you do realize that Gashinova Magical Girls is made by a fucking woman, right? I'm pretty sure it's made by
an otaku for the otaku gays. That's the thing.
Yeah, it's made by an otaku for the otaku gays. Oh no. Oh,
otaku is gender neutral, Naretsu. Don't be so.
I think it's funny. I think it's insanely funny because Gashinova Magical Girls is literally one of the most popular fucking anime that came out in the last few years. It outsold fucking Chainsaw Man in DVD sales.
Remember.
Insanity, right? Insanity, right?
But don't worry, it made up. Chainsaw Man made his money with the movie. I can promise you that.
I guess, but it's still, again, it's. I feel like there's a denial of the reality of the situation here because I don't think Gashinova Magical Girls would be as popular as it is if it didn't appeal to more than just like the otaku gays which is just her saying the male gaze, but different thing, right? Like, maybe that's what people want. They want the sexy magical girls, right? Like, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? That's just what people fucking want, man. Like, I'm sorry. I know you might be like a sex negative feminist Puritan or whatever, but like, no, yeah. And also, like, I feel like there's a reason why a lot of people on the left wing prescription gushing over magical girls, because it is actually a pretty, it's not wholesome, obviously, in terms of content, but I mean, it is very, about, coming to terms with your sexuality, about, figuring out what you're into and how to control it, because again, it didn't happen really in the show as it stands now, but later on in the manga there is a whole kind of mini arc about the consequences of going too far, right? That does come up as a topic later in the series, right? And stuff like that is, important, I would assume, for people that are very, big on the whole consent thing, right? And big on the whole, stuff. It's almost like a judging the book by its cover kind of problem, right? Where she's probably she probably never watched or read Gushing Over Magicals and has no actual idea of the content within it, and is just looking at the fact that it is sexualized and going, it has to be bad. I mean, a male had to have made this, right? A man must have made the evil men, right? But yeah, I'm kind of
I
waffling
mean,
on, so
just the research seems to be very narrow, right? Just it's I don't know. I mean,
yeah,
I like my academic sources, but it just feels a bit, maybe even cherry picked, if I may be so bold to throw out the accusation, because it includes none of the big names, because not that I am a huge
there's no talk about Precure. There's no talk about she showed Cardcaptor Sakura in like the Crunchyroll thing, but she hasn't actually like talked about it. And I would argue that was like, that was the one I watched. I watched Cardcaptor Sakura as a kid. That was the one I was into, and I could tell you like the reasons I was into that was like not necessarily because it's like, oh, I want to look at the girl, right? I was interested in it because mechanically it's an interesting show. She's got all these cards, all these different monsters. There is like the outfits, seeing her in the different outfits. The outfits all have different abilities, right? All the different kind of stuff. There's like mechanical aspects to Cardcaptor Sakura that do appeal to kind of the male sensibility, right? Despite it being a show clearly made, for the female demographic, right? It has stuff in it that does appeal.
How different is your magical girl transformation and their transforming outfits into different shapes? Any different from the Tokatsu riders with their mechanical transforming suits, and when they put 50 cards in their outfits, it transforms into different shapes and becomes super gold form? Not that much difference. There is a difference, of course. But, oh look, he wears this outfit, he looks so cool. Oh no, he combines it with this thing, and now it looks even cooler. That's a kind of a semi-universal thing. You have to just package it in different ways sometimes.
I guess also big news drop. The DL site survey is apparently finished and posted
results.
they've posted their results. Yeah, people are talking about it on the Twitter. So
well, I'm in the Sava. Let me I can do a check. But
I saw someone posted an English version, I think, for men. There's oh look, Lolly's on there. Look at that. I'll just retweet the. This actually might be pseudo relevant to the current discussion. I'll post both of the tweets in chat. Bring it up or not. cast text. So that's the male one, I think. Female one is this one.
Nah, I think we can wait. DL site
Yeah,
is
we don't have to do it.
DL site is eternally relevant.
Yeah. So it's by pure prefecture. So by Japanese prefecture.
Oh, they're
which
doing the
place has-
Pornhub reveal that the most conservative state is the most gay.
A little bit, maybe. You'd have to tell me because you know more about you know more about the.
Oh no, I don't. I just the American states. You know the deep south is the most gay, and then your whatever other states in the middle of nowhere suddenly has the most far.
So yeah, they're into the most fucked up shit you've ever fucking heard in your life.
Some state in the middle of nowhere is suddenly into Latinos, where there's not one single one in a million miles. I don't know. I don't know the states and where they are geographically.
Yeah, me neither. All right, let's continue.
Made for the otaku. Madoka Magica popularized contemporary magical girl series that are
also again using Crunchyroll as like your metric is kind of.
So buying manga out of Crunchyroll doesn't sound the most.
Yeah. I mean, I would have used like Amazon or something like that would be a better place to buy stuff. I would assume.
Yeah. Your local bookstores.
So, your local. But anywho, that's good.
Aimed at men rather than women. Despite the male-centered outcome of Madoka Magica's success, it's a beloved series that deserves its praise. The series' popularity illustrates that magical girls do not have to stay in the box of femininity with pink aesthetics and a more subdued violence. Audiences also like to see magical girls in brutal, action-packed situations. It's awesome to see a girl in a pretty dress in a guts and blood-filled action scene. It's awesome.
Yeah, Ulf is barely disguised. But no, I agree. Like, it's fine. Want to do more, crazy stuff, right? That's
Yoko's big sacrifice moment with Sayaka was very cool, very touching. Homura's gun magic, which is pulling out the gun and shooting it, is also cool. And when Madoka is like, hey, time for do a big healing and do an the eternal fight against destruction itself. Very symbolic sacrifice thing going on.
Let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah. Let's go.
Cannot deny that. Madoka Magica also has queer undertones, which ironically rejects the otaku gaze that the character designs elicit. Madoka.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. It has queer undertones, which rejects the otaku gaze that the what is not illicit. Wait a minute. wait a fucking minute. Wait a minute.
In blood-filled action scene. It's awesome. Cannot deny that. Madoka Magica also has queer undertones, which ironically rejects the otaku gaze that the character designs elicit.
How is it being queer again? Have you fucking seen the Fujoshis? Have you fucking seen like the people that like Yuri? Like, have you?
Naretsu, they looked at each other across the room. They're clearly gay. Ellie,
listen. The otaku are well known for their hate of the Yuri. They fucking hate Yuri. Yuri is. Well, then again, I wonder if this is a reflect because there has been like a, there is a lot of otaku, right, that are against Yuri, less so because of Yuri itself and more so because the people into Yuri are fucking annoying, right? You see this with the Blue Archive people, right? That get like really mad when like the Yuri people try and come in and like do Yuri of the Blue Archive girls, right? Because Blue Archive is, you have like the teacher and like the whole thing is like that it's viewed as like, the teacher gets all the girls, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's like the overtone. But the reason they're anti-Yuri is not because they actually hate Yuri, it's because the people attached to Yuri are, like, fucking obnoxious as shit. Right? Like, really, really, really fucking annoying. And because they come in and they try and make everything about them, right? They come in and they just fucking, like, will not shut the fuck up about how everything has to be about them and about Yuri and everything's gay. And they do the same thing that, like, they accuse the other side of doing, where it's like, oh, this isn't for you. No, they do the same thing. They say, oh, this is gay now. This is not made for you heterosexual men. They're doing it with Uma Musume right now, right? I've been seeing it. Like, as soon as the Yuri people get involved with anything, they act really fucking obnoxious about it. So I wonder if that is where this is coming from. Because if you're talking about, like, otaku in, like, a general sense, saying that they don't like fucking queer content and that's not a part of their quote-unquote gays is fucking insane. When you look at the fact that the vast, like, shit, I would have to look at the demographics at Comiket, but, like, how much fucking gay doujinshi is sold at fucking Comiket? Like, what are you talking? Yeah, what are you talking about?
This is kind of this is kind of also the problem with the sources, I believe, is used, because when they use otaku, they usually know, the male thing. But if you start like broad sense otaku, you have to keep kind of repeat your definition in that sense, right? Or set up a definition, because there's no definition given. Just use one of those academic definitions. They usually agree on terminology there, so I use that and just stick to it. But just to say that gayness in any way, in any shape, form, direction, will hinder the otaku, or at least just the fan participation, the databaseification, and the fan arts and the fan fictions. No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
It never has. In any fandom, it never had. Naretsu, I am on that archive of your own site, reading the fan fictions. Do you know how much is written about Draco Malfoy and Harry Potter? You will not believe it. It's insane.
I know, right? It's fucking crazy. And how much, again, like, vast majority of this shit's created by women too. Like, that's the other kicker. You look at, like, I don't know, I really wish Comiket would, like, post statistics that are more up to date, because I think the last one we have was from, like, 2023, I think. Or like 2013. I can't remember. The last one that I've seen is, like, quite old, right? And so I kind of wish they would bring out more updated statistics, but the last time it was, like, literally female majority in people that, like, create the shit and sell it at Comiket, right?
Mm-hmm.
So to argue that quote queer, maybe the problem I'm having is, like, she's using, like, the Western definition of queer, like the progressive definition of queer, and not, like, the colloquial queer as in just, Yuri and Yaoi, right?
Yeah.
Like, maybe that's the problem here, because I know that there is, like, a distinction academically a little bit between queer as in, like, ideologically queer, right? Like, LGBT rights and stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Versus queer as in it's two girls kissing, right?
Yeah.
So maybe that's the disconnect here, is she's not being very clear with her definitions, and that's causing confusion. Because, again, the state, to cap it off and move on, the statement that queer as in yaoi, yuri, and gay stuff like that, right? Not as a derogatory, but just as a descriptor, right? Is not part of the like, if we were actually going to come up with a definition of the otaku gays, right? Even though, you know me, I think gays theory is bullshit to begin with. But if we were going to try and come up with a definition of it, to not include that in the definition, I think is fucking asinine. Absolutely stupid. Big stupidity on display. But anyway, we're almost done with the section. We're getting there.
Otaku's queerness allows the series to reach past the otaku audience and represent viewers who are part of a non-dominant, marginalized group. I don't
Wait a minute. So are otaku not a non-dominant marginalized group?
No, but
Like,
I guess not.
yeah, like again, what is she fucking talking about?
Well, I mean, in the sense, yeah, I'm placing perspective, whatnot. She sees that almost all the products are, seinen. All magical girl stuff is seinen. Therefore, and she kind of categorized that
Therefore, it's made for men, right?
for
Therefore,
the otaku men. Those are the, at least in this arena, these otaku are the majority. Not in, this is not talking about white society. That's what
Right, I guess you could say that. But again, that's why I think her definitions are so flawed that it causes confusion like this, right? Because I would argue that otaku are in fact obviously not in the same way as actual blacks and gays and what not obviously it is not the same, right? But you can't clearly actual otaku, not just I like Jujutsu Kaisen and I go to an anime convention, right? That I'm talking about the actual stay at home all day watching anime, massive anime, but real otaku, right? I would argue are a minority group in that sense, in comparison to the wider societal context. So her argument, if you because again, I think that she means it in the way that you're talking about, where she's kind of looking at it in a vacuum, right?
Yes.
Where she's looking at it in the the majority in this case is going to be the otaku gays, aka men, because fucking men, am I right? There's sexism. So that means that Madoka having queer stuff in it is reaching past the heterosexual men, which again are bad because they are, implication. So and that's a good thing, right? Quote unquote. However, when you when she just says it the way that she said it, it's very easy for to interpret that as her saying, well, wait a minute, otaku are not a majority to begin with, so how can the fucking it's already representing the minority?
No, like I said, I think it's in the market, in this audience group.
Yeah, but anyway, we're almost done with this section.
I believe the creator of Magica intended to create a ripple effect of male and otaku-centered magical girl series. Madoka Magica itself is pioneering in its feminist themes and representation despite its seinen demographic. Animation studios, unfortunately, jumped on the series' success with only profit in mind and not any intention of art for art's sake.
Again, implying intent. It implying another thing to consider is a lot of these shows, a lot of the shows that got adapted after Madoka Magica were, again, I think Magical Girl Site.
Yeah.
Magic is what's
Raising
the one
Project.
that I read? Because there's one that I fucking read the manga of. It was the one where they had assault rifles and shit. It was the one where it was military magical girls.
Don't
something.
know that one.
I can't remember what that one was called, but I read the manga for that one and I thought it was quite good. But again, not understanding how the industry kind of works, right? Madoka comes out as an anime original, proves that there is a market for the genre, and then they go, oh, we've got all of these manga properties under our wing that we can adapt from, right? I don't it's not like they're just coming up with new magical girl series out of thin air, to copy Madoka Magica. I would be willing to bet a lot of those manga had actually started. It's the same problem we have with isekai, right? In your timeline, right?
Yeah.
A lot of these manga probably started before Madoka Magica even came out, and were probably running or being serialized, I should say, because the book, right? We're probably being serialized before the boom, right?
Yeah.
Before Madoka Magica proved that there was marketability within the genre, right? And I think that if you actually looked at it through a proper capitalist perspective, because the big problem you have with these kind of lefty types, I'm just going to make the assumption that she's lefty, right? I'm just making that assumption, right? The issue is they hate capitalism, right? but they don't actually understand capitalism because they don't want to actually engage with the thing that they don't like, right? You see this a lot with like fascism as well, where they refuse to like actually read any real fascist literature, like, you know, Mein Kampf or, you know, Mussolini's books, right, and stuff on the actual foundations of the ideology, because they're kind of like afraid that if they read the book, it's going to turn them into a fascist because they're retarded, right? But like, here's the thing: like, I feel like if you wanted to like formulate like a proper like critique of the systems at play that led to Madoka Magica causing that boom, right? You would have to understand how markets actually work within a capitalist system, and how Madoka Magica's success was seen by the people that are in control of the money flow. Oh, people like this. We didn't know that people liked this before, because how the fuck would we, right? Awesome. Let's put some money into projects that are in the same vein as this, right? And take stuff that's, you know, already in serialization that we can get the rights to, right? Because when you understand it from that perspective, it becomes less of like, because she's presenting it as like, again, this conspiracy theory, right? Like, they all sat down and were like, oh yeah, cool, let's just invent a shitload of dark, seinen, male-focused magical girl shows because of Madoka, right? And it's like, no, that's not how the markets work. And then when people get sick of it, right, they move on to the next thing. They move on to like isekai, or they move on to like mecha, or they move on to like whatever the next.
Or, you know,
thing,
you could
thing is gonna be.
Gundam has some Gundam has some overlap with
Yeah.
magical girls stuff. So why not go there?
Exactly. So yeah, it's very frustrating. But anywho, let's continue. We're at the last section, transforming the genre.
What does this mean for the future of the magical girl genre? And has it been lost in the male gaze? Magical Girl started
Has it been lost in the gaze? Jesus Christ.
as a source of empowerment for young girls, and is now a source of pleasure and fetishization for the otaku audience. With the success of Magical Girl series catered towards men, the genre is now founded on the expectation that the adult viewer has acquired a diachronic fan perspective to fetishize both the characters and the text meaning. It's expected for the otaku viewer to gain sexual pleasure from magical girls.
Oh my god. Has she like actually talked with a man that likes these shows? Like has she? I brought this up when I was talking about the Nazis and K-On! Like, have like the pseudo-intellectual fuckboys on Twitter that are arguing this way and the next about, oh, they like it because of this, or they like it because of that, or they like K-On! Because it like reinforces fucking like a idealized form of fascism or something. Have you actually just found like I'm like you're a college girl, right? This chick, right? I'm just speaking to her directly here. Like you obviously do gender studies or some shit. Have you not like sat down with like a male colleague or a male classmate and just like asked them, hey, do you like this Madoka Magica thing? Why do you like it? You know, like, what about this appeals to you? And like, maybe they'll be like, I like it because Madoka makes my pee-pee, right? Maybe that's the answer you will get from that person. But that's why you ask more than one person, right? You get like a sample size, right? You do an actual investigation into this. You go, okay, this is a thing that I thought was like made for women. Why do men find this appealing? It's like with me when I talked about card captors, right? Like, I find there are aspects of card captors outside of, you know, because I was watching that when I was a kid. My pee-pee couldn't even get hard, right? My pee-pee was not ready to become the perv yet, right? We were not at that point in my development yet for that to be like a factor. Like, yeah, I thought Sakura was fucking cute, don't get me wrong, but again, it wasn't from a sexual perspective, it was from a childlike perspective of finding females cute, right? So that's why I'm kind of like sitting here thinking,
This is
you know,
kind of maybe the problem also, because she kind of mentioned she started with Sally, right? Sally 1960s or something, and whatever it was. and it was clearly for young girls. And then she talked about, Cree Mommy show, and that's also for young children. And then every other show she talked about since were for high school and up, basically, right?
Yeah. Again, it's why not talking about Precure is a sin of the video, because that is
You're already out of shoujo, right? And then you go, alright, but the seidens also don't count. And the shonen magical girls also don't count. What you kind of then have excluded a lot of genres, a lot of vibes, more accurately to say, you've excluded a lot of vibes your series can be. So it can't be monster of the week, problem of the week, I forgot to bring my homework to school this day, problems in your shoujos. It cannot be mental mind games in your tournament arcs in your shonens. It can't be serious life or death contemplations on the your existence seinens. Then you're kind of left with maybe the joseis, where you're talking about your sad life and the oppression that comes with being a woman. That's kind of your limiting genres, and yes, you can tell an endless amount of stories. Of course, there are a billion josei stories that have been written and will be written, but is all of josei suited for magical girls? In some shape, they would be, of course. But if you want a show that's about fighting and stuff, that doesn't fit the josei vibes that well. So you're kind of just tying your legs and arms and gagging yourself with it, and maybe pouring some cement down and throwing yourself into the sea to limit how much magical shows you want to be exposed to. Might be a you problem.
So looping back, right? Like, my contention with the statement now is, I feel like reducing it down to these shows are specifically created to make men's PPs hard, I think is extremely reductive, right? And I don't think it's very helpful, right? Again, like, I relate it to my own experiences watching stuff like Cardcaptor Sakura as a kid, and the idea of like PP get hard looking at Sakura cool outfit, right, as she's transforming, was like, that wasn't even like for fucking what, a 13-year-old me or whatever. I'd have to check the dates. I don't remember when I was. Well, I was definitely in primary school, so it would have definitely been pre-teen, early like 13-ish area, right? Would have been Cardcaptor Sakura watching time for Naretsu, right? So I'm not thinking about that shit, right? I'm not really. That's not really my focus. My focus is, oh, wow, she looked cool fight, cool boss monster.
Cool staff. I mean, I kind of like the staff.
Yeah, the staff is cool. The staff is very cool. It turns into like a flying, like, witch's broom kind of looking thing, right? With the wings and the stuff. Like, it's cool. It's cool. It was cool. And like, it's interesting for me because when I was a kid, like Sailor Moon, I never watched Sailor Moon because for me, I did view that as like girl shit, right? Like, as girls' cooties, ooh, right? I'm not going to watch the girls' show because I'm not a girl, right? Because this was back in, again, you have to think of this from child logic, which is dumb. Yeah. Child logic is always dumb when you're a child, right? I recognize that was dumb logic now as an adult, but when you're a kid, you're thinking about things from the most simplistic way, right? But I didn't view like, there is an interesting like self-analyzing thing I could probably do around why I didn't feel like Cardcaptor Sakura was girl shit, whereas I felt like Sailor Moon was, right? Like, I feel like there is something there, and I would have to like actually really like self-analyze that myself, right, and try and figure out what the actual thought process behind that was, because it's really hard to think about that, because you're a kid at the time, right? Trying to understand the kid logic, right?
Yeah.
But I think that is an interesting angle to this, right? Why would a boy, right, think Sailor Moon is girl shit and not want to watch it because it's girl shit, but was really into Cardcaptor Sakura, despite them both technically being girl shit, right? That is an interesting question and something that I think should be explored and could be explored. But none of these people want to actually explore that. And a lot of the ones that do just chalk it up to like, oh, Nuretsu, I don't know how to tell you this, but you're an egg. You're actually a tranny. You should go do HRT, right? You should go tune out, right? Gender dysphoria or whatever. That's the only analysis that's valid to these people, apparently. Right? There's no other possible reason why that could be. Why there is this interesting disconnect in like perception of thing, right? Like, and it frustrates me. It really frustrates me. And so when she's, to loop it back to the video so we can continue, right? When she's boiling it down to just, oh, these shows are made to make the men's pee hard, it completely like destroy. It's like a thought terminating cliche, right? You can't fucking like argue past that if she thinks that, right? Like, because what else? Like, there's no complexity there that you can even like chomp on. It's just, this is the end of discussion. It's nothing but like porn, basically. She's literally just arguing that these shows are porn, is what she's saying, and that's the bad thing.
And kind of stolen away in a sense.
And stolen, yeah. Like, you stole the thing that was made for me and turned it into porn, right? Which is, I mean, yeah, people make porn of shit all the time, so it's whatever. But like, the shows themselves are not porn, right? Right?
No.
In a sense. But anyway, let's see what she says.
Contemporary magical girl series use pre-existing knowledge viewers have on the genre to create new, titillating experiences. So, Madoka Magica used pre-existing knowledge of the magical girl genre to do that surprise brutal twist of mommy dying in the 3rd episode. However, despite magical girl series often catering towards the taka gaze, the grown-up feminine audience make their own positive representation out of the objectification. The female spectator enters in the polemics of negotiation, exploiting textual contradiction to put into circulation readings that draw the text into female and/or feminist orbit.
That's a bit too short of a quote to mean anything.
Yeah, and the rest of that paragraph looked like some fucking complicated gobbledygook. To fucking get into. Again, I think this is just weird. I don't know. It's like a pseudo projection almost, or it's like I really don't think it's that complicated. I really don't think this is that like. Because, I mean, she is kind of correct in that, like, Madoka Magica is playing with the genre tropes, right? That was what we were talking about earlier, right? That is, you do kind of need, like, the background familiarity to get the most out of it, right? But that, I don't think that is because they were trying to make men's PPs hard. Or, I'm kind of stuck on that now. I'm kind of stuck on that because that was such an out there like statement, I guess. I don't think that is like the reasoning behind it. So
yeah, we're getting closer to the end.
We're almost there. We still got a little bit.
We're going to watch spoiler again. Maybe
she keeps bringing up the spoiler thing, and it's like, okay, right, cool.
Adult women viewers make their own positive representation and/or enjoyment out of shonen, insane, and magical girl series. There's endless fan art of Madoka and Homura in a relationship. Woman cosplays Cutie Honey. There's online forums of women viewers praising male-targeted series, and so much more.
All these spoilers.
Yeah.
Go somewhere else. This is kind of almost amateur hour. Why go from hey, look all this fan art? It's you can see it. My complaint.
Yeah, and also like again this idea of like it's somehow like, oh yeah, the women are in spite of the men, right? in spite of the men, the women are making their own representation. Or maybe maybe the show could just appeal to everyone. Maybe the fucking gender doesn't matter. Have you considered this? Have you considered that the people can be fans of things, and the gender that they have doesn't and should not matter, right? Like, am I crazy for this? Am I a little insane? Thinking
Maybe.
that,
Let's see if
maybe.
there are more fan arts to watch.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
yeah, I don't
no.
like how often Cutie Honey's clothes are ripped off during battle. And the camera angles are clearly meant for the male gaze. But at the same time, it is so awesome to see a woman so confident in her body and herself that being exposed does not stop her from fighting crime. And yeah, it is so frustrating that more often than not, a new Magical Girl series is catered towards men. But I'm also glad that we're getting new Magical Girl content in general. If we weren't getting any at all, then that would mean there's very slim chances of actually empowering Magical Girl series to come out again. But we're still getting them. So I believe in the near future, there will be a new original Magical Girl series aimed towards women.
So the problem I have now is this is going into like personal preference, what she finds empowering, right? Like, this is the shaky, she's on this like sand foundation, right? This shaky foundation of this all hinges on what she personally views as empowering. Because let's use the Cutie Honey example, right? Or even like Bayonetta is also a good example of this, right? Like, she doesn't she still like thinks it's cool that, badass girl fighting crime in spite of, being exposed or whatever, right? A lot of other women could turn around and go, yeah, I don't care about that. I think she's just fucking cool, and I like her, and I think she's powerful, and like I'm empowered. Like, I don't care about any of this feminist gobbledygook. I just like her, right? And same with Bayonetta is an interesting example of this, because Bayonetta started off being criticized by people like this girl here on screen for being overly sexualized, and she's showing too much skin, and she's no. And then by the time like Bayonetta 2 came out, they were like trying to like claim her as their own, right? Like, oh no, we always liked her because she was, confident and sexual, whatever. And then the third game came out and she was confirmed to be heterosexual, and all of these people just fucking collectively lost their mind because they would like, again, I think a big problem with people like this is they try to like claim things as their own. Like they treat these artworks like fucking toys, like, because it's interesting because the way she's talking about this is like, these toys were made for men, and that means that I'm not allowed to claim them as my own, right? I can't have the toy. I can't play with the toy robot because that's a men's thing, and the men are playing with the toy robot. So I can't have my own. I can't take toy robots as a thing and claim it as my own. I feel like there's a little bit of that going on here with her, right? Where I don't like it when both sides do that, right? Because both sides try to be like, oh, this thing is based, or this thing is woke, and therefore you can't enjoy it, or you can't like it, or you can't find things to enjoy about it, right? Because it's ours. It's our thing.
So,
we own it, Ellie, right?
It's
I get it. I get that vibe here.
Now, there's always the chance, Metsu, that different people were just yelling and voices overtook each other. That one group of women or people first criticized Bayonetta, and when they quieted down at some point, the other voices were audible. So it's
well, I don't. Again, it all comes from the same ideological framework, right? And that's part
but
of the
still,
problem.
there are different people exist.
Different people exist, and that's my argument here. That's exactly my argument here. Is different people exist to this girl, right? and view it in a different way, right? And I'm probably not thinking about it the same way she is. However, when I'm talking about the Bayonetta example, no, you had the exact same people, i.e., people like Anita Sarkeesian, trying to reclaim Bayonetta years after shitting on it, right?
Yeah, but
It's the same. Ellie, the call is coming from inside the house. It is the same fucking ideologically possessed people. Okay, you can't.
But she
That's the
was
problem.
like a marketing YouTube
No,
grifter type.
Ali, we are not doing Anita Sarkeesian apologia on the stream.
No,
I
no,
will
I'm
kill
doing
you.
the opposite.
I will kill you.
She was always not honest with her opinions. She was always just bandwagoning.
I don't care because people are repeat her opinions honestly. It doesn't matter, right? And it's ideologically driven. It's not logically driven, right? And that's the problem. But getting back to the video, right? I think that the issue again is all comes from her perspective and what she thinks about it, and she's not actually like considering the alternative perspectives. It's like I was saying, she could just ask men what they take out of these shows and what they think about them. Like there's plenty of discussion about them online from men discussing the shows, right? You could have just asked them, right? Same thing with women too. Like you could ask women, hey, what actually do you get out of this? Instead of relying on like the academic side of things and trying to analyze this through like the lens of academia, I think like getting on the streets, right? Getting the street experience, right? What is it actually like on the ground floor, right? Level is a bit more important than what the theory suggests, right? How does this actually play out in practice? And I feel she kind of needed to like do a bit more of a look into that kind of stuff. But anywho, let's get.
I'm talking like specifically anime. There are new Magical Girl series coming out that are targeted towards women, such as the manga Magical Girl Dandelion. The series is accessible to read in the West on the Viz app, but it's not getting the same amount of praise and promotion as other new shonen series. The cost.
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah, I guess. I mean, I could talk about. Fuck, what am I reading right now? I could talk about how no one's talking about like Mahou Shoujo 201, which is the magical girl manga about like a 30-year-old villainous girl who is neighbors with the cute magical girl, overpowered magical girl, and they like become friends. Even though she's secretly she's secretly like the evil hench lady or whatever, and I'm willing to bet she would fucking lose her mind reading that because it also has a lot of sexual stuff in it, primarily with the older character getting made. Like I think one of the last chapters that came out was like, or like, was it a bonus chapter? I can't remember. Was like she does like an invisibility potion and is like running around naked and then runs into another magical girl and gets caught or some shit. Like there's a bunch of stuff in it. But I could talk about how no one's talking about that. How no one's talking about Mahou Shoujo 201, right? Like, you know, that could be a thing, right? And oh no, is that like a bad thing that no one's really talking about that or giving that a lot of popularity? What else have I got on my reading list right now that I've been kind of reading? Been reading Galpara, which is like the sort of thing about like the idol industry or gravier industry in particular. That's got a lot of like, it's basically this producer guy who's trying to like navigate the industry without having the girl that he's like the producer, right?
Yeah.
He's trying to like navigate the industry without having her get caught in like the traps. Like one of the chapters, he literally saves her from getting like raped in an AV, right? Like because she ends up like taking up a contract and then the contract like stipulates certain things and then it ends up like, oh yeah, well you signed this thing to do this shoot and the shoot is like an AV shoot, but you know, oh yeah, we were secretive about it, haha, you've got to keep to the contract. And then he bursts in and is like, oh, you manipulated, you know, so and so and so and so, and it's a lot of stuff about that kind of thing where he's trying to kind of protect this girl from they both know about the seedy part of the industry, but she wants to be like a famous Gravere model, and that's her dream, and that's what she wants, right?
So an
But
Oshinoko
he's trying
kind
to
of
navigate a little bit, yeah, a little bit. It's a little bit, right? Kind of like that, but and like showing how seedy it actually is, right? In a sense, and I could again, I don't hear anyone else talking about that. I don't see anyone saying about how that's an interesting kind of like premise. Probably because it has lots of sexual content in it, right? Like, you know, I'm not seeing anyone talking about that, right? Yeah, you know what I mean.
yeah.
So again, I don't know what she's like. Yeah, the stuff that you're into isn't popular. Get over it. You know.
Unfortunately,
Sometimes
it happens.
yeah, sometimes that's just how it is. You know, people don't like it. You know, but I'm going to go back a little bit because I want to know what was the point she's going to make about it being on Viz, right? I will say, look, like the art style looks pretty cool. I kind of like this. You know, yeah, this looks kind of nice. You know, you got the guy here. He's like kind of evil looking. I assume
But
he's like
he's like the patron, you know, the Dungeons and Dragons
yeah,
patron
like maybe
power.
he's like the demon. He's like the demon that gives her the powers, but he's like he's actually a good guy, even though he's kind of shady looking or something. You know, I don't know. I don't know anything about it, right? But like, and she's you know cute and whatever. Like
But
you know, like it looks alright.
She also has now just use character analysis, right? She has this shadow across her face, so she's not all that's innocent either.
Well, let's
as the manga Magic Girl Dandelion.
Okay, so hang on. I'm gonna have a look. I'm curious, Ellie.
I know we're
going
just
on long,
I'm just looking
curious.
at her, and I see she's not all that innocent. This is the vibe, I guess.
I find it. Here it is. Oh man, there's only like on Dex. There's only like 2 chapters. Last year. I mean, there's obviously she shows there's more on Viz, right? So
they got that side. They got their demo out.
Yeah, it's up to chapter 18. Next chapter in 13. I want a synopsis. I want the synopsis. Is what I'm after. I'm after what is the. Can I get like a what's my anime list say? Does my anime list have okay, here we go. Synopsis. Across the world, hideous creatures known as phantoms drain the life force of their human victims, and the only ones capable of defeating them are magical girls. But one being challenges this conflict between good and evil, a shadow phantom Shade, who has protected the 16-year-old Tapuku Ohami, or whatever you say it, right? Again, I'm bad at pronunciation too. From other phantoms and her occasional missteps since her childhood. One day at school, Tapuku or whatever is called upon by the special anti-phantom organization Butterfly, responsible for managing magical girls. They believe Tapuku has a great potential to become a powerful magical girl herself, but Shade warns her that should she become one, they will become enemies. All Tapuku ever wanted was to fight alongside her most trusted friend. But when she inevitably awakens her powers, she realizes that the truth behind both phantoms and magical girls is a far cry from the reality she once knew. Sounds, yeah, sounds cool. Yeah. Sounds neat. I'm pretty, yeah. Sounds kind of cool. I'll be interested if it gets an anime adaptation. Sounds alright. I mean, it's like I said, it's only got 18 chapters right now, so it's came out October the 3rd, 24, so it's pretty new. That is pretty new. But does sound interesting. It does sound interesting. So it's kind of a cool. Cool. Oh, I actually have the full art of the thing she's showing on stream. Actually, have you got the bot? You got the bot going? Got the bot going?
No, I didn't because
get that bot going, Ali. It's bot time. Get that bot going.
We're botting our channel. YouTube,
we're botting the channel. Are you listening? We turn on the Discord OBS bot, and suddenly we have like 20 gazillion
YouTube viewers, of course.
Yeah,
it's logged in. You can see.
All right, hang on. I'm getting the image now. Why is it not copy? I hate it when sometimes it's just like, oh yeah, I'm not gonna let you copy fucking. There we go. Bam.
Let me refresh the
There you go.
thing.
There you go. There's your full version of that. It looks good. It looks good. I'm down. You know,
looks
pretty base.
scuffy on my end over here, but let's click on this Discord import.
Scuff time.
Yeah, a bit low res, but you know, that's.
Oh yeah, whatever. It's got.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh shit.
But
Oh, Jesus,
I'll keep my stance on Retsu and say she doesn't look all that innocent either.
Maybe. Who knows? I mean, seems good. Like I said, we
I'll
interesting
get
to
it
see if
because the image is a bit low res for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know why. I just copy pasted it, and it's I don't know. Maybe it's because it loaded wrong, but who cares? But anyway, no, it seems interesting. Let's see what's our girl gonna say about it. Let's see.
The series will read in the West on the Viz app, but it's not getting the same amount of praise and promotion as other new shonen series. The cost of a subscription to Viz, a digital shoujo and cozy manga library, is half as much as Shonen Jump, a digital library of shonen and seinen series. While I'm not complaining about the cheaper price, this does show that the mainstream popular audience desires male-centered stories more than women-centered stories.
You kind of, I don't, I feel like there's probably more reasons for that than just,
volume, maybe.
Yeah,
length.
I was gonna say because this feels like a she's making kind of the same argument that's made against like female sports, where it's like, oh, why do the female athletes get paid less? Well, they get paid less because less people watch female sports, right? Which is true, right? Let's not mince around. That is true. However, I don't think that necessarily applies to the manga side of things, right? Because there's just a significant more volume of shonen and seinen and whatnot manga, like in general, right?
Yeah.
So it's like you said, it's like if I'm buying like a subscription, right? Like it's gonna be cheaper if I buy the subscription that has less stuff in it. And I don't actually know how Viz. I could have a look because I actually have Viz here. Like I don't actually know how the subscription system actually kind of works for it. Like how does it like about Viz? Where can I? Okay, that's just about like the team and shit. That's not really looking for. That's the count. God, I hate it when like what really grinds my gears, Ellie? Poorly designed websites.
Oh,
right. Bitch, I just want to look at the subscription. Show me. I need you to show me how much it costs. I just want to know how much it costs. Okay? Just tell, like, cause she was on a page that was like, oh, this is how much it costs, right? That's what I'm trying to find. But I'm not fucking Viz account. Like, do you need to have an account to see how much it fucking costs? Like, just how much does it? How much does this shit cost? I want to know. I'm trying to like. Here's the thing. If I was actually interested in subscribing to this, I would have already have closed the fucking website and gone to a pirate site by now, right? Like, okay, join to read. Okay, here we go. Learn more. All right, here we go. All right, so subscribe to Viz Manga. Access to Viz Manga digital library of 10,000 manga chapters from romance to horror. There's everything. 7 days free or $1.99 a month. Get the free trial. Okay. But then what? Wait. But then what was she... Hang on. What was the other subscription she was looking at? Because that's the one I'm looking at now.
It was like an extra, the shonen package in the shoujo package.
So subscribe to Viz Manga, you get access to the digital library for $1 a month, right? And okay, that's the page I was on.
A digital shoujo and cozy manga library is...
Subscribe to... Oh, I see what she's doing. This is I don't know if I'd say this is dishonest, but so there's a different subscription for like Viz Manga versus Shonen Jump, specifically the magazine. Yeah. Right. Okay. That makes a bit more sense then. Because, yeah, if I go to here and I go learn more, okay, I found it. Yeah. Right. Now it's starting to make a bit more sense to my head now. So I kind of get what she's saying, but the first problem with this is, one, you get twice as much manga with the Shonen Jump subscription. It's 10,000 versus 20,000. So that's the first thing. The second problem is, obviously, the Shonen Jump one has, like, you can see it on the screen, One Piece, My Hero Academia, Jujutsu Kai, like all of the big name things, right? The big hitters, right, are on the Shonen Jump subscription, right? And then, yeah, I'm kind of... It's an interesting pricing model, I'll say that much, for Viz app. I think that is an interesting way to do it, like split the libraries, the licenses libraries, and have it so that, okay, if you subscribe to the Shonen Jump subscription, you'll, like, I assume that is specifically for Shonen Jump, right? I think they even have, like, it has its own app, like the Shonen Jump app. It's like a completely different app to the Viz Media app, right? So, yeah, I think I can get what her point is, right? Because her point is, oh, the lesser, that they view it as lesser because it's cheaper. Like, I don't view it that way, right? I just think it's like, yeah, there's more content available, and I mean, there's probably some good stuff in the show. Hell, Spy X Family is in the Shonen Jump one. You know,
you like that?
This is... Yeah, like, I'm seeing some pretty boy mangas. Like, I'm just scrolling through, like, what's on the thing, right? Like, you know, there's a lot of Dragon Balls on here, you know, like, you got your usual stuff, right? Like, you know, like, I'm seeing some good stuff on here, right? Like, that's not necessarily just, you know, typical shonen. Dan's on here.
Yeah,
you know.
I saw it like in the YouTube video a few seconds.
Yeah,
in the future.
yeah. So I'm kind of like, yeah, this is kind of an interest. It's an interesting. I'm more interested in, like, the pricing model of this, right, rather than the argument being made in the video. But anyway, let's keep going.
Half as much as Shonen Jump, a digital library of shonen and seinen series. While I'm not complaining about the cheaper price, this does show that the mainstream popular audience desires male-centered stories more than women-centered stories. And this...
Oh, this is TV anime though. That's a slightly different.
Well, because you'll specifically look, like, I would be like, maybe there's, like, another service that does, like, specifically shoujo stuff that has, like, a higher price. Again, I don't know.
And also like, this is just a list. I don't know what the criteria is of this list. Is it most popular? But
the most popular on, like, Crunchyroll or something. Like, obviously, the more, like, general... Again, the more general audience shit is going to be more popular just because it's more general audience. Like, let's, like, come on. Like, we're being a bit silly. We're being a little bit silly here. It's like, oh yeah, Game of Thrones is going to have more, like, generalized appeal than Gushing Over Magic. No, right? like, let's be... Even though Gushing Over Magical Girls sold well, right? It didn't sell Game of Thrones well, did it? Right? Like, come on, let's
not as good as Demon Slayer, you would say?
Yeah, exactly. Like, Demon Slayer, obviously, a more generalized thing is going to be better, right? Let's not. And also, funnily enough, I think I'm looking at the site. Is that Witch Watch? Witch Watch show is the manga for that is in Shonen Jump. That's interesting.
Yeah, that's a guy. It's like a seinen or shoujo Witch Watch.
Yeah. So again, I'm kind of like, yeah. I feel this is a weird argument. This is very. But let's keep going. We're almost there. We're 3 minutes away.
This is most likely the otaku audience brings in more revenue. So that's what the company...
I don't like... Okay, I know I paused and unpaused. I'm getting really tired of, like, the split between the otaku audience and the otaku audience and, like the female audience as if those are supposed to be like separate things, right? Like again, plenty of women are otaku, right? Plenty of women enjoy stuff like Doctor Stone and Attack on Titan and Shield Hero and Black Clover, right? Plenty of women like these shows, like these mangas. It's not like exclusive stuff, right? You don't see me like making a video about how these women are coming in and taking over all of my shonen manga, right? You know, you don't. I think because they make like fan fiction of like the characters from Black Clover or whatever having butt sex, right? Like you don't see me coming in and being like, "Oh, how dare these women steal?"
They infringe on the integrity of the character.
Yeah, exactly.
Promote, and so that's what the mainstream.
Hey, Cleavertress mention. Let's.
Hey, dress up, darling. Very super shonen.
Hey,
natuurlijk.
seven Prince mention. We, you know, there you go. Hell yeah.
Audience is taught to like. You really have to go out of your way to find these series. A lot of people know about the Shonen Jump app.
Well, you have to go out of your way to find like the hyper Pacific thing that you know, like I think that's the problem here is she is after like a very hyper Pacific form of magical girl show, right? Like she's after this really, really Pacific thing, and she's mad that she's not finding that hyper Pacific thing, right? And it's like I feel for that. I get that. I understand. Like, yeah, I understand that you want the thing, right? I get it. But at the same time, you have to kind of be realistic, right?
Like I
You have to
mentioned
be
before,
kind of realistic about it.
I have no RTS. I have 0 actually, 0. Even more so, Noretsu. I was looking kind of forward to Battle Aces. It was called like a bunch of at the E3 last year, this year. Maybe last year, whatever. There were like 3 RTSs announced. 2 of them looked boring, dull, not interested, and one of them looked kind of interesting. Guess the one who got cancelled.
Guess which one got cancelled? Yeah. Oh man. But again, I feel like there's just definitely a like. I'm sorry, it sucks to suck, right? It sucks to suck that you're not gonna get you can't find the thing that the hyper Pacific thing you like, right? I get it. I understand. I feel you. I feel you. I understand. Okay, but you do got to get over it. You know, like you don't see me like, oh, I'm so mad that Marvel movies are like so popular, but no one likes my like Art Nouveau fucking like, you know, like my weird art house film or something that's only ever shown at like niche film festivals, right? Like, why does no one like my weird fucking art school project films? You know, like, I mean, I don't actually. I'm just using that as an example, right?
Yeah.
But like, you know, why isn't the thing that I like popular? Yeah, I'm sorry. You got to get over it.
No, I would complain, Naretsu, but I can't. Stargate apparently got a green light for a new series.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I was actually gonna bring that up. They announced it's like an Amazon thing, isn't it?
I'm doubtful, but you know, it exists. It lives.
I did hear that they got one of the old writers back though. Like it's one of the original writers.
You know, I don't know the writers. I wasn't at the age to care. I mean,
I'm just saying that's a headline. That's a headline I saw on Twitter. That's all I'm saying. I don't actually know anything about it outside of that it's happening, right? I guess context for the boys, right? The context for the boys not in chat right now is that Stargate got announced for a project through Amazon. So Amazon is going to do a Stargate project. So we'll see what comes of it. You know, maybe something will come out of it. Could be cool.
Stargate, super cool universe. I would like to see more of it, but I was kind of happy enough if somebody was just copy the Stargate network concept and just go from there. I would Stargate as a narrative method device thing, plot point. I don't need Stargate SG-1 operated from the Chenxi whatever mountain by the U.S. military command,
Right.
operated under
right.
the under the Air Force with O'Neill and Jafar. The what was it? I forget the name of his class. Jaffa.
Jaffa. Or
Yeah.
whatever. Yeah. But anyway, let's we're almost there. Like I said, 3 minutes. So.
A lot of people do know about the Viz app. You have to go out of your way to find magical girl shows on streaming services like Crunchyroll. Woman-based audiences have been known.
Yep. Look, manga decks, advanced search, show filters. Let me have a look. We got like public. Oh, actually, wait. I got a better way to do this because I could search for it, or I could just go updates. I could go to Maho Shoujo because that just had a chapter coming out. Genres, magical girls. Holy shit! Look at oh man, 101 pages, Ellie. 101 pages of magical girl manga.
Sorry,
right there,
Matthew.
just on
she can't
just
read.
on manga decks. Yes, she can't customize. Oh, look, you can even customize your picks, like best in the last 6 months, best in the last 3 months, right? Theme. You want school life. Do you want supernatural? Do you want some magical? Do you want martial arts? Do you want genre, slice of life, romance, comedy, or what? Like browse all magical girl titles. And what do we got here? Yeah, like you can just see all of them, right? Filter tag include magical girls. You got all of these magical girl manga. I am sure that if you go hunting, you can find what you're after, right? And maybe you might only find 1 or 2, right? Maybe you might,
I
not
mean,
find.
sometimes that's enough. I'm like I said, I'm
Yeah.
only watching like 3.5 shows this season. After
Yeah,
watching 8
exactly.
or 9, how many ridiculous high amount it was.
Yeah, it's exactly. So that's what I mean. Like you got there's these there's plenty of stuff out there is what I'm saying, right? And I hate this whole like, oh, I have to go hunting for it. Oh, like to fucking stop being lazy, right? I have to go hunting for my fucking lewd shit too, right? I have to go on MangaDex and put in the fucking sexy tags, right, to find what's new, right? Like, and I do that like every like what, once or twice a month or whatever, right? Just to see what's getting updated, see what's new, right? Like, come on, like you gotta be a little bit proactive, right? Be a little bit proactive
who's hunting?
in what you want.
You know who's hunting? I am hunting for a job.
Yeah.
You can tell me that you're hunting until you're hunting like me.
Yeah. All right, let's go.
To critique and push back against seductive shoujo merchandise. When a figure for the popular shoujo series Fruits Basket was announced with a clear line of sight of the protagonist's skirt,
it's a figurine. You can like fucking. Okay, if you have a figurine that has a skirt and you pick up the skirt and you look up the skirt, that is you made a conscious decision to do that. Okay, right, Ellie? You made a conscious decision. Like, let me wait. Like, is this before or after they changed it? Like this shot here.
This looks to be after.
Like, yeah, is a normal anime for folks considering buying. Glad to see they have taken criticisms to heart. What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh, so like, is this the before one where the skirt was short, and then like this is like
I don't
after
know.
where
I'm getting.
She's not. We're not getting good. We're not getting good examples here. Instructions unclear. I built a refrigerator. Okay, like instructions unclear. Please provide more context.
She just has this problem more often in this episode, that she's just not super clear in what she wants to say.
Yeah. What do you? Yeah. What? Yeah. Like what's like? Okay. So they had a figure. The figure had a short skirt. people complained about it. They made the skirt longer. Is that what happened? Like, okay,
Yes.
fine,
But
whatever.
there
I don't
is
care.
but then is this image before or after? Is this
I need to see what you're complaining about to know whether or not I'm gonna laugh at you for complaining about dumb shit, right? Because I feel like, oh no, the anime figurine is too sexy is like fucking dumb, right? Like, I don't see how that's a problem to begin with. But let's go.
Of sight of the protagonist's skirt. Why would you do that to my girl? Leave her alone. Oh my god. So yeah, when that
Well, again, there's no example. Where's the example? Show me the skirt. Like, I don't. Like, maybe it was really sexual, right? Like, I don't know. You haven't shown me. Like, you haven't actually fucking shown me anything.
that was announced, fans were obviously very angry. That's not what the show is about at all. It's not an ecchi. There's no fan service in the show. It does not just interrupt the narrative with shots like that when you're reading or watching it. So why would they make a figure like that? And fans were so angry and openly objected that they got the company to redo the design.
Okay, I can't even fucking see it because it's so small. Like, what is the, like, is this like the before, right? Is this the before what we're seeing right now? I'm waiting for it to come up on the YouTube so I can see. Got the stream.
This is the middle.
Is this is this what it was before, right? Because if that is the case, then like I don't see anything wrong with this. Like, it's just a skirt. It's fine, right? Like, Ellie, this isn't like. Listen, I am Naretsu the Perv, okay? I literally have that in my name, and I'm looking at this, and I'm saying this is not, like, hypersexualized. This does not look like it was, like, that bad. I don't even know if you could, like, look, like, even if you made the conscious decision to look up the skirt, be a pervert, right? Would you even see anything, right? Based on this design. And then,
so
like...
angry and openly objected that they got the company...
Is this the new one?
Don't think
like, is this
so.
the new one or the old one? Is this the new one or the... I can't tell.
Need to redo the design. So why do I bring this up? Shoujo and Josie series don't attract otakus, and therefore that means they make less money and get less promotion.
They don't attract otakus. They don't. Again, like, how many people talk about... Everyone talks about stuff like Utena and stuff, right? Like, what do you mean? What do you mean it doesn't attract otakus?
Classics.
It's one of the big classics. What are you fucking on about?
When they do promote to the otaku audience, like with that figure, for example, they failed. People were angry. People fought back.
Were they? Again, you are prescribing intent, right? Stop doing that. Stop prescribing intent, right? What? How do you know that was they were trying to appeal to the quote-unquote otakus, right? Maybe they just thought that the design was fine, because I thought it looked fine. I didn't see any sexual shit in it. It's not like she had her ass out and, like, you know, you could see her panties or anything. Like, it was just a normal-looking skirt. Girls sometimes have their skirts up to their thighs. That's, like, normal, right? Like, don't some girls just wear their skirts that high? Like, what do you mean? Like, what's fucking... It's so weird. It's so fucking weird. Like, this hyper... Puritan, this neo-Puritanism, right? This oh no, the skirt is not 30 exact centimeters or something, right, Ellie? Like, the skirt on the anime figure is not exactly the same length as it was in the anime. It's sexualized.
I kind of doubt. I mean, there was some images of the anime design flashing, and the skirt didn't look noticeably shorter or longer.
Yeah, and this is the problem with her not, like, showing the exact comparison, right? Give me the before and after shot. Let me judge for myself, right? I should be able to judge for myself if that was, like, valid or not. But I can't because you haven't given me the actual context, right? I feel this is more like a... Because this is her first video, right? Like, the channel is really new, and this is like her first video.
I mean, you know it.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, like I feel like this is a first video fuck up, right? Because I wonder if she's not expecting people to actually, like, watch the video. They're, like, gonna put the... because people do. Like, I do that. Like, I put a video on in the background and I listen to it while I, like, browse Twitter or something.
Yeah,
right?
like,
I do that on occasion. Or you're playing a video game. You know, you put a long video on a video game, right? But and visuals do matter. You should be showing like what you're talking about, right? And maybe she is in the last like 2 minutes that she's got, right? Like you need to show like, okay, here is what people were actually complaining about. And then I can judge for myself. I can go, okay, yeah, maybe that was a bit too sexual, or maybe what the fuck are you talking about? That's fucking retarded. But anyway, let's finish it up. Come on.
back and they had to change it or else they weren't going to make sales to begin with. But unfortunately, that means since we fight back against that, they just stop making things for us. I love capitalism. All of
Or maybe you should just, like, again, if it was such a minor fucking thing and it wasn't actually sexualized, why complain in the first place? Again, I need to see the context. What the fuck? What? I almost want to look it up, but it's not worth it, right? Like, I don't want to drag this on anymore. And it's like, I really, like, it's like, I don't even, yeah, I'm tempted, but I'm whatever. This is keep going. We're almost there.
it causes magical girl series for women to tend to go unnoticed by the mainstream market. And it feels like the genre is slowly dying with less series and merchandise coming out.
Oh, boo fucking who? When was the last Senna and Kagura game? Boo fucking right? Right? Boo fucking who? The thing that you like is no longer popular. Okay. Alright. Boo hoo.
love to see women targeted magical girl series to be as equally as popular as battle shonen like One Piece. Like, can we
It's not gonna happen. I'm sorry, it's not gonna happen. It's just not the reality of the situation. Alright? Like, I hate to say it, but it's like like you have to God. It's I don't want to be mean, right? Like I don't want to be mean about it, but it's just like that's the reality of the situation. Like people, the majority of people are just not into the same thing that you're into, and you have to deal with it, right? Like you just have to. Like the niche thing that you're into is not popular. I'm sorry, but anyway.
Can we please have a magical girl series on the like front page of Crunchyroll rather than always being shonen and seinen? I would also love to see a new shoujo or josei series that goes back to the magical girl roots. Less violence, more friendship and romance. So I don't need like military brutal violence, blood and guts. No, I want something like Sailor Moon, but like that's not Sailor Moon. So
Again, she doesn't even know what she actually like. Oh, I want a show, right, Ellie, that's not a military show, bloods and violence and gore and sex or whatever. But I want Sailor Moon, but I also don't want it to be Sailor Moon. Right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't think the dandelion, based on the synopsis, I don't think that is Sailor Moon. Something tells me that there's more going on with that, right? Like, it's not just all sunshines and rainbows and friendship is magic. Like, the art style and the actual image being presented here does not indicate to me that it is all sunshines and rainbows and friendship is magic. And look, I know I was saying, like, it could never happen, but maybe there is, like, look, Cardcaptor Sakura was really fucking popular when it aired. You know, it was viewed on par with other stuff coming out at the time. It's not like it's impossible for a magical girl show to come out and be popular. It happened with Madoka Magica, right? Of course, she would dismiss that because it's not the hyper-Pacific, like, vague kind of show that she wants, right? But, you know, the reason I'm saying it's, like, never gonna happen is because, again, the hyper-Pacific thing that you want is not popular. If it's going to happen, it's going to have to be something that has the same level of broad appeal as a shonen. Because the reason that the shonen stuff, like, you know, screw it, I'll use that. Full Metal Alchemist, Baku Hero Academia, Naruto, Bleach, right? One Piece, right? The reason that these shows are so popular is because they have broad appeal, right? They appeal to both men and women, even though that they are in the shonen category. men and women can get the same kind of stuff out. There's plenty, like if you look at One Piece, there's plenty of badass women in One Piece, plenty of women in One Piece that are fully, actualized and, fucking kick ass.
And of course, because One Piece is in Shonen Jump, only boys read it and nothing else.
It's a boys' club. Only boys can like it. And then I guess you'd probably argue that One Piece's character designs are too sexual or whatever, right? Like, you always tend to find, like, there's always something, right? There's always something. You'll bring, like, a show or something to these people, and, people like her, and you'll think, oh, this might be exactly what you're looking for, right? Like maybe Full Metal Alchemist or something. And then she'll be like, oh, but that's too violent, right? And then you'll bring them One Piece and they'll be like, oh, but that's too sexual, right? Like it's almost like you can never satisfy them, and that's why they don't get fucking catered to. That's why figurine companies stop making fucking figures for you, because you constantly complain about the skirt size of the character, right? Like, this is why these things happen. Because you can never fucking be satisfied.
Kinda makes me wonder when people are going to stop making sexy ladies for the Korean games, when every time they do, there's some, no, they made fun of my small penis, how dare they?
Yeah, that's like a whole thing. I had like an argument with someone about that on Twitter. Because I get... Well, no, because I get side tangent, right? I understand the perspective. If you understand the context of like the Korean gender wars, right? You do. First off, the guys that are like scraping through like an animation to find like the hand gesture like in one frame or some shit are retarded, and they're losers, right? Let's just put that to the side for a moment. I think that it's dumb fuck behavior, in the same way that it's dumb fuck behavior for the leftoids to get mad at Cyberpunk for having like a fucking girl with a dick advertise fucking soda in the video game, right? Same energy. Literally the same fucking thing, right? Like you're going through, like combing through the media to find like the one thing to get triggered by, right? I think it's dumb. However, when you have the added context of the feminist cult that they're looking for the symbol for literally abuses kids in kindergartens and spikes punches with antifreeze in an attempt to castrate the male co-workers at the fucking Christmas party. It's almost like, because I know the lefties are always looking out for the fucking dog whistles, right? The white supremacist dog whistles. It's like the OK sign, right? They got psyoped into thinking the OK sign was like a white supremacist dog whistle, even though it wasn't, right? So they went hyper-focused on finding, Joe Rogan did that in like a photograph from like 10 years ago. He's a white supremacist. We need to try and cancel him and ruin his life, right? That's why I'm saying it's the same fucking behavior, and it's dumb when the leftoids do it, so it's dumb when the fucking Koreans do it, right?
Anyway, but the point is,
let me finish. It's important that I finish this, right? However, while I can still understand like the reasonings behind it, right? And I think that there are actual issues going on in Korea that need to be talked about around that, because unlike with the OK hand sign, right, where that was a psyop. Yeah, no, that symbol is like, you could actually argue that symbol is on par with like the fucking Nazi symbols and shit, because actual terrorism be taking place over that shit, right? It's an actual terrorist symbol. So like,
anyway, at some point those girls won't have hands anymore to get rid of them.
We'll just remove that. Yeah, no woman will have hands. We'll just remove the hands of all the women so they can never make the hand symbol. Yeah.
To be rid of the people who are micro-analyzing everything.
Yeah, exactly. But anyway, let's go.
Oh yeah, I want a new shoujo or Josie series that is new.
Yeah, it's new. It's got to be new. Yeah, we need a new thing.
Rather than another spin-off or sequel series of a previous magical girl series. I want something new. I want something original. Media in general is not really doing that right now, and people are tired of that.
People are tired of that, or are you tired of it? Again, you don't represent everyone, right? Your personal, again, I don't actually think she even knows what she wants, right? Because she hasn't like really dug into, like, again, you can't say stuff like, I want Sailor Moon, but it's not Sailor Moon. Right? Like, come on. What are we doing?
But I feel like magical girls specifically are just constantly getting either for men or just like a sequel or a spin-off of a previous franchise. I want a new franchise. Magical girls are a fun escape from reality that also simultaneously represent women experience that are based in reality. They deserve the same amount of love and praise as popular shonen. The anime industry needs more women-based media. I don't think we're asking for too much here. I want a new magical girl series like you, Tenna. I want a new
I want, yeah, and I want to have a new ecchi series like High School of the Dead, right?
I want Warcraft 3, but better and again.
Yeah. Like sometimes we don't get what we want. Sometimes we have to branch out into different things that we might not think that we like, right? You know, God, so. Or at least we're almost done.
things like Sailor Moon. But I just want it to have like similar themes and similar tropes and like similar aesthetics, but like a new story. Yeah, I love magic.
Again, she doesn't even, like, she can't even articulate what she wants, right? Oh, I want it to be like this thing, but not actually this thing, but it's actually like this thing, but it has the same things of this thing that has the. Again, she can't, like, and that's the problem, right? She wants something that's hyper-specific, but she can't actually articulate the thing that she wants, right? And that's fine. That's common. That's actually really common, right? People, like, people have like a vibe of something that they want that they're not getting, and they want it, right? Like, I'm not just saying that as like to mock her, but when you're making like a video essay about the commodification of magical girls, right? And you can't actually articulate the thing that you're talking about that you are feeling is lacking. You're only able to talk about it in like vague generalities. That I view that as an issue with the video, right? Like, if this was just like a casual conversation with this chick and she's like describing something that she wants and she's vague, like, I'd be like, all right, fine, whatever, that's fine. But because it's in the context of like a supposed well-crafted, researched video essay, I feel you do need to be a little bit more specific, right? A little bit, right? Anyway.
For girls, and we need more that are for women. And that's how they started, and that's how it should end. Some things can be for women and marginalized groups.
Oh, that's a terrible ending.
Cold ending. And I mean, like, some things can be for women and marginalized groups. I don't think anyone is saying otherwise, but like, you're not, first off, you're not guaranteed success, right? Like, just because you make something for, like, air quotes, for women and for minority groups, right? That's not going to like immediately translate into success for your thing, right? Like, that's not how that works. You're not owed success, right? Nothing is owed success, right? Other than that, yeah, this video, I can see why this video took off. Like, I can see why people are criticizing the fuck out of it, because it is not a good video, right? I kind of get what she's trying to say in it, but at the same time, she uses a lot of very flowery academic language very loosely and undefined, right? And I think it really hurts her overall video, because I think you could do an analysis of the magical girl genre through a capitalist lens, right? And how that relates to marketability and why we're not seeing a lot of kind of Sailor Moon style shows or Utena style shows in the modern era, right?
So,
Like,
Retsu, I'm very rudely and very sneakily was like, well, Utena is a bit of a weird show, isn't it, Retsu? Let me just go on Wikipedia and see what it has to say about the production, right? Just your standard Wikipedia.
Yeah?
And it's a long-ass chapter, a whole section that is just called development, and blah, 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 blah. Turns out, Naretsu, it was made to be a Sailor Moon thing with a whole squad of Utena characters. Blah, blah, blah. And but then there was like B Papas, 5 team creative professionals from the anime and manga industry with a manga artist, an animator, a character design, a writer, and a planner, blah blah blah. And yeah, like I said, they wanted to go Sentai Squad, girl Sentai Squad, Revolutionary Girl Utena Kiss. Group of female warriors called the Neo Eleganzar, who battled the end of the world. And they were the thing was they were pretty girls who wore boys' clothing. That was the thing.
Right. Interesting.
But then they went, oh, let's add a school, let's add the thing. Ooh, let's not actually make a shoujo. And then they had a big fight with the marketing division. They were like, but this is going to be a Sailor Moon killer. We want a Sailor Moon killer.
Oh my god, this is great.
And then
see, why didn't she talk about any of this, right? Like, why didn't she talk about any of this? Like the conflict between like the marketing department and like the fight that had to happen to get the fucking thing made in the first place, right? Like that there you go. There's an interesting story about how, you know, commodification and magical girls and a success story in spite of that, right? There you go. There you fucking go.
yeah,
Holy shit.
And at some point they didn't talk to each other for 3 months, like no communication. And they were unsure to make her gay because that wouldn't maybe that would upset the shoujo, the original intended demographic of the shoujos might be not get upset about it because the heteros reign supreme.
Yeah.
But blah 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 blah
supremacy, yeah.
But blah 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 blah. And then they started with a very shoujo beginning, and then they let's get esoteric in here. And then they did, and then it sneaked in beta switch. If you ever want a deconstruction Naruto, if you ever want a subversion, now deconstruction still no, very likely. But if you want a subversion, haha, we made the first episode shoujo on purpose, and then we ripped it out.
Fucking great. Again, this would be really good to fucking talk about, but she didn't want to talk about it, I guess.
But I guess Kimetsu, the commodification of the magical girl started even before Utena because they wanted to make the Utena the Sailor Moon killer.
Yeah. Again, that is interesting. That is very interesting. But yeah, no, I think we're done.
Yeah, let's move away. Let's get these
quick anime talk.
We're already at almost 5 hours. It's a long one.
Yeah, we should probably, especially since we're not going to be here next week, so we'll just do rapid fire.
Sure.
Rapid fire. So I didn't watch Vampire, so can't really talk about that.
So I killed it out of the posters.
For now, until next week, I guess, when I get back to it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's do. I guess we'll do. What do we want to do? I guess we'll do Toa first. Because that's one we can both talk about. What we believed was going to happen obviously happened.
Although Naruto, I'm kind of okay with the twist on it in that. Oh yeah, the children's book also has a bunch of forbidden knowledge. Like right.
The special blood. What?
12 in the identical, and so and LC the LH project. And there's an LC.
I wonder.
I didn't notice. It's a very good twist in that sense. Like that, there's this union thing introduced that Toa started in a sense. Kind of my prediction, kind of, but I don't know if Toa, the original Super Genius, intended for the LC next level, next humans, the level. What is it? Whatever abbreviated to? It's been weeks. Were intended to be the social bonding ritual, but whatever.
Maybe it could be misinterpretations of things over the time frame and turning something into something else, right? Again, it is very interesting.
But anyway, so just for the let's do the lore and the romance separately. Let's start with the lore since we started there, right?
Yeah. So yeah, we've got big lore time. Very interesting. Very interesting. I'm fascinated to see kind of where it goes. Though again, I am worried because we've only got 3 episodes left. 4? 12? It's 12 episodes. We're at 9 next
Probably
week.
12.
So we got. I mean, we could have enough time if we quickly get through this current arc on the train and we get straight into them. You know, because we've spoiler alert. The other 2 androids have shown up on the train.
And they are more and more confirming that they were all Toa's AI toys around the house before. And
references to the nun girl being kind of like a dog.
And of course toy dogs, AI dogs thing, etc. So it does make me a little bit just the timeline. I mean, there was AI, then there was AI war, then Toa's problem, right? She went, all right, let's make these outside series super weapons to end the AI war and make sure it doesn't happen again, kind of. But when so apparently instead of humans being into AI being, you know, transplanted into bodies, android bodies, it was her own AI devices that got transplanted into android bodies. That's kind of what I feel happened.
Yeah, I'm feeling that's what's going on too.
I am, and maybe it's a combination with those AIs and she herself being in those bodies, because they share the same blood, kind of, and
same DNA from the same creator,
and also the same look, kind of. You know, they look the same.
Yeah.
So if they all born from the same body, and then, you know, different minds from the AI devices.
So yeah, so I'm keen to see where they go with it. And if they have enough time to kind of wrap it up, because we have like kind of there's actually a lot of moving parts going on right now, because you have all of this stuff with the lore and figuring out the mystery, right, of the whole thing, and then you have kind of like the side romance plot with our artist girl. Actually, instead of just being, oh, I want to Elsa him because I like him, now it's like, oh wait, I'm actually falling in love with him. Oh fuck, right?
And now we introduced the concept of cheating affairs.
Yes. Because, which again is weird in like, because until now it's always been presented of like, oh, you have the Elsa and you can just Elsa like 5 people, right? Like who cares, right? Whatever. But now we have that, like, there are people that do like exclusive Elsa-ing, more traditional
de facto marriage.
And they are like, there's like the line that the wife says of like, people thought I was weird, right, for doing that, right? And then I would shackle him down, right? And I would be a burden to or whatever by doing that. And then he goes off and fucking cheats on her while she's pregnant.
And then like, ooh, that was you. All those other people were right, and whatnot.
Yeah. There's like,
so she feels like she was lied to and wrong and misled and whatnot.
And then he's like, oh no, I fucked up. Please
hard.
Come back.
It's
and I did like how you have all the other characters like just being like irredeemable.
During pregnancy?
Fuck you, cunt. You go to hell, die in a fight. Like, they were getting really vicious. It was great. I kind of liked it. So yeah, now the current plot is, they're on the train going to Tokyo, and they're trying to like help repair, like, the side plot is like they're trying to repair this guy's marriage, basically. And so, but I think there is interest because, again, like, it ties into the themes, right? It ties into kind of like the whole show is obviously centered around relationships and marriage and what that actually means, right? And different forms of that, right? And like we're seeing like the artist character who's now, as I was mentioning, actually falling in love with the main guy, starting to kind of like understand, like, instead of thinking it through like the cultural lens of what she's been taught about it, she's now having feelings that are like organic about it, right? And she's kind of like exploring that idea. So yeah, a lot of fascinating stuff going on. Interested to see how it goes. Right, let me do some rapid fire. Digimon, our guy who looks really suspicious and kind of evil, turns out not really evil. He's running a Digimon orphanage. Great. He's sacrificing his own energy to keep the little kiddies alive. That's why he looks fucked up all the time. There you go. But kind of the end of that a little bit. It's still good, still fine. Had a good, it's still fun. But yeah, I don't actually have too much to say about it because it is pretty typical shonen. Oh, I misunderstood you. You misunderstood me. Oh, I'm not. No, don't judge a book by its cover. Blah 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 blah.
Good moral
right,
stories, etc.
Good moral story stuff. My Hero Academia, big fight continuing, big backstories, big bad guy, personality destructions, big thing. Hero loses his arms, gets his arms back. Ooh, cool, fancy, cool, nice, whatever. One Frame Man, still One Frame Man. Enough said about that, really. Trash show. We got big exposition episode, I guess.
Was it weren't we in the middle of a fight, or?
No. Well, no, not really. But like, basically, Big Bad Man explains, hey, these series items are like super OP powerful, right?
Yeah.
But they make you go insane if you use them for too long or some shit, if you're the wrong kind of person for them, right? But if I can create my own series, then we can go to the sphere and fuck those guys up because they're gay, right? Or whatever. And so his plan is, I've created this trash monster that is a giant fucking bird. Remember how I talked about bird symbology in the ending? Well, here we go. Big giant trash bird. Use the series to power the big trash bird, fly up to the sphere, break barrier, fuck everything up. Wait a minute, the cleaners have realized they're inside a trash beast. That's like their thing, is killing trash beasts. No. So, let's fuck up the trash beast from the inside out, because that's like our thing, right? So, yeah, that's kind of where it ended. I kind of would have liked a bit more explanation of, what the fuck actually is the series, right? Yeah, we did go long, Gouda. Welcome back. It was a long one this time. But I mean, it makes up for the fact we're not going to have one next week, I guess. So, yeah, I would have liked a bit more explanation as to, like, okay, maybe not the origins of the series, but, like, maybe a bit more information on how the fuck it works. Because the guy just basically is like, yeah, big power come from item. Why big power? No idea, right? Who knows? Watchmen series? Why is it called the Watchmen series? Who knows? Just things have... Main character about as confused as we are, right? So yeah, that's kind of the trash show. Last boss, yeah, interesting. Racism's going on with the trash boss. A little bit. We got a little bit of social commentary, Ellie. A little bit of society, a little bit of politics.
All right. Yeah.
You're not watching it, are you? Or are you watching it? I don't know.
No, I'm not watching the trash show, so I don't know.
No, I'm talking about Last Boss now.
Oh, sorry, I missed the skip
so
over.
I am rapid firing because my voice is about to fucking die. So
all right, yeah. Goatman didn't immediately fall in line as I kind of expected. It was like, oh, hey, she's back. Cool, I can show her all my achievements. And then he went like,
yeah, I'm gonna fuck up this entire city,
and then kill all the beasts because this city is of one of the heroes that killed her. in
Yeah,
the
fuck
lore.
the heroes, big revenge on
And
the
then
heroes.
kill all the demons as in afterwards, so we all
I'm not being used by the demons. I'm using the demons. Yeah, cool.
Internal conflict with our sheep because he is not
should
telling.
should I tell or not tell?
Mhm.
Right?
And we get more suspicion of her girl. Of our
blue-haired girl. She do be kind of sus. She do be kind of sus.
I do feel... Alright, so this is my extended a little bit. Let's see, I do feel that the writer is like, hedging bets. Like,
a little bit,
could
yeah.
I go either way? Because she kind of feels like she's just mischievous and likes chaos at times. But there's no real she's evil vibes.
I think there's a problem in that it's both heavy. It's a bit too heavy-handed because you have the implications from the ED, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where it's like, something's wrong here, right?
Bit of a void blank on not their character.
Yeah, something's kind of weird here. And then you have obviously Jupiter or whatever her name is. Does look kind of similar, little bit, little similar. Oh, you have like the special ability, gate ability. She has teleport. I can distract her. I can distract them, right? And then distraction happens. Distract maid girl, and then she just does the. I think we can kind of guess where this is going. I think she is Jupiter. I think she is the demon girl. I'm gonna be real. Like and again, I think it's because like while you're correct that they're kind of hedging the bets. Oh, is she? Isn't she? Is she betrayer? Is she not betrayer? Right? I feel like it's a bit too on the nose, right? It's a little bit too thick, right?
Yeah.
Too predictable, one would say. Just a little bit. Right, just a little bit too predictable, but overall, right, it is still enjoyable and fun, and I'm having a good time watching it. But I'm still gonna meme about it being Overlord at home, right? Because it's very Overlord at home with extra racism and societal commentary about racism on the side, right?
Yeah, I do shamefully admit, when my trusted translator for the not visual novels, light novels, quit. I haven't been keeping up with the translations, and now that the official releases have been are further along than the fan translations has been. It's one of my rewards for getting a job things on the list. Just get the entire 15 novels that are currently out for Overlord. Just put down 300. Give me all those hardcovers.
Give me all of them. I'll take your entire stock. Yeah.
Yeah.
So anywho, so now I guess the last one we've got is
maybe just on plot. Basically, Goat Guy, our ally, the Goat Guy, one of the 12 heavenly stars, just incited a little bit of false flag, did a little bit of false flagging, and then caused a rampage or berserk.
Race war starts now.
Yeah, like make them all extra angry, blame each other, etc.
Well, the demons in the background are like disguised, fanning the flames of the conflict.
Yeah, but I mean, casting a spell that makes you that turns anger into murderous rampage is kind of a big deal.
Yeah. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. It seems fine. All right, I guess the last thing we've got is Massage Man helping our gamer girl out. And yeah,
Natsu, I'm rating the massage scenes, and this massage scene wasn't very exciting to me.
Yeah, I mean it was alright. I mean she's in the bikini armor and breaking the barriers, and it's painful, and she's enduring it, and she's I did like the like at the end when because she's the last episode, she's like, I've had relationships before. I would never fall for you. And then she's like, oh fuck, I'm falling for you. This isn't like my visual novels. I've fallen for all of these pretty boy Prince visual novels that I like. This is why is my heart go doki doki? What go?
Where my ASMRs, man, isn't like my ASMRs.
Yeah, this isn't like my ASMR roleplay, Prince pamper me roleplay, or whatever.
But anyway, despite Natsu, Aoba, if I remember the name correctly, Soccer Girl, still best massage scene thus far. Plot-wise, also very important. Suddenly, a character that isn't on the poster has entered the scene.
Yeah, new challenger approaches.
That's very exciting.
New challenger.
Very exciting that we can have other characters than there are on the poster.
Yeah. New, and he's got like the plot basically to TLDR. It is he's going to have to go with the volleyball team on a trip thing to keep them. You know, he's going to be feeling up the whole volleyball team, I guess. Get them tip top condition. Hilarity ensue. We'll see how that goes next episode. But I mean, overall, I think this episode was okay. I do agree with you. Like, I thought the massage thing was okay. It was all right. I did kind of like the fantasy RPG. You know, he's the supervillain causing the pain, and she's enduring it. That was
funny. That he was like the evil sorcerer. That was, you know.
Yeah, it was all right. It was all right. I kind of liked it. I thought it was good. But I do. Yeah, it was fine. It was fine. So anyway, I don't think we have any. Do I think
no, I mean, Isekai Quartet, funny, that's the end.
Yeah, okay. Well, anyway, like I've mentioned, I'm not going to be here next week, so we're missing a week. We're kind of doing it every 2 weeks these days until
well, that is kind
of until you stabilize your jobless behavior and I'm not off on family related trips. So yeah, next week no cast. We'll come back. We might do Moon Channel. We'll see how we go. You know, you never know.
We got 2 weeks to find a video anyway. So.
Yeah, we got plenty of time. So, but anyway, it was good seeing you guys. We'll catch you later. Bye.
Later. Pressing button now.